Okay, it's 1 sec. Alright. Hello. How are we feeling? It's another day of WardiTV Summer Championship qualifying action. We actually got a pretty cool series to start the day off on. Nikaract versus Goblin in the opening round of the day's qualifier. Hello, everyone. How are we feeling? Good to see you all. And welcome to some StarCraft 2. We've got a fun bracket today. If you've not looked at it yourself just yet, we've got players such as Hero, HARSTEM, Jumi, Mana, Percival, Rex, Bunny, Goblin, Nikaract, Lemon, and Spirit. And some notable names, some others as well. So, actually a pretty fun qualifier. Good mix of players, good mix of races. Should be pretty darn cool. And excited to kind of get us into it and see just what's going to be happening. Hope everyone's doing well. Again, hello. Good to see you guys. Welcome to the stream. And, yeah, we are going to start the day off with this Nikaract versus Goblin best of 3 series. Just going to get this started right on up, get this underway, and see what the plan around is going to become. See how things are going to play out. We get into a couple of moments. And, yeah, I mean, Reaper and a factory on the way through for the moment. Just going to be seeing that coming up initially here. Going to be some of our early starting points. Nothing exactly too crazy just yet. Good day from down under. Love that. Hello, how you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by and joining us for some games. Yeah, excited for some StarCraft 2 today. Excited to get into some games and just see how things go and all of that good stuff. So, yeah, excited to kick us off and, like I say, get us in and see what is going to be happening. It's a Reaper to start us off from Nikaract. I'm just going to have that Reaper hopping up, getting a couple shots off, then getting pushed back the other direction for the moment. The Stalker defense is good. There's a Cyclone on the way as well, so we can keep that in mind as we take a couple of moments here to move about and get into some positions. This Reaper is going to be hanging around right there as well, so again, just take a few moments to get settled and see again where exactly we're going to be going in the next little bit of time. The Stalker coming across, obviously, is going to be able to just chase that Reaper back. Twilight Council finished, and now the Robo facility already building through as well. So it's going to get that straight into play. As the Reaper continues all the way out down to the low ground. So again, just going to be retreating back home. Oh, it's a Dark Shrine. That's what we're doing here from Goblin. I was going to say the Robo, obviously, so soon is a little interesting. He's going to rush the Dark Shrine out, which is not necessarily the guaranteed way of this playing. So I think there's actually a pretty interesting little moment or so here. As you have the Gateways Robo facility all coming down. We get set up. We take a couple of moments to truly kick this off and see where exactly and how exactly things will go. So yeah, that Dark Shrine coming online. Interference Matrix coming up on the other side. The Reaper is going to step through here as well for a couple of moments. So again, just take a couple of seconds to get established. Get ready. Reaper continues to gather up at the front for a moment or so, and obviously would love to get this Reaper in to actually get some scan. We've got Banshees on the way, which will help you scout too. It's just, we've not quite figured out yet. This Widowmine drop is going to arrive, and that will again be information towards the right idea. It's going to give you an idea of what's going on and what we're maybe looking to get done, and obviously if you can figure out it's a Dark Shrine, then brilliant, but he's not actually going over here yet. And if you just hit behind the mineral line, then that's something that could potentially stick around. Widowmine pulls back to the upper left. I'm going to see the DTs already warping in. And I'm going to see one of them heading toward the natural. This Prism heading toward the main base. I mean, now the DTs, what are the scans situations looking like? We're going to have one scan in a moment, then we're going to have another scan, honestly not too far off. But just no preparation at all. No engineering bay down either, so we are completely a mile away from getting any sort of, you know, permanent detection up against these guys. I guess the Raven on the way is a good idea. But that's scan 1. Again, scan 2 available at the moment. As the Woodermine drop tries to come back in for a little bit more damage as well. Stalkers coming through. Woodermine goes pop, and one probe goes down. The DT back on track on that command center orbital. And this DT also just going to be hopping around, going to get a couple more Marinis. And that's going to be the end of that Dark Templar as well. So we settle a little bit. Again, the Engineering Bay now finishing, but this is complete chaos for Nikaract too. You know, you look at what's being lost in this game. Obviously, it's going to be 3 DTs, but 9 SCVs went down. A lot of lost mining time. A lot of the army time spent kind of running around after this as well. War Prism does not want to just fly in here. Mistake made by Goblin, and Nikaract will capitalize. It's actually really nice because obviously that War Prism is meant to be the future of continuing to harass and being annoying and just all sorts of just trouble. It going down so quickly and so soon is obviously a major loss. That is very, very unfortunate on the side of Goblin. And it's his own mistake, because now Nikaract pushes without any consequence. Now there's no reason for him to look backwards. Now there's no reason for him to feel bad about moving out. Like, he can just fully focus on coming across the other side. There's no counter-attacking damage being done. And that genuinely does create quite an issue in itself, as the Cyclone with a lock on. A few Marines stepping forward. And we look to see what will happen here as the Banshee, the Marines, put some damage out. Siege of the front, I mean, it's going to be difficult to break out of. Obviously, the Raven's very important because it's going to be permanent detection against DTs, so DTs don't come in as much of an answer to this. Robo depowered. Goblin is in genuine trouble this counter. Let's see if the Zealots can save the day as they come through. Auto turret went into the top side to try and buy some time. Oh, those Zealots just impossible to kill, huh? They're just taking so long to go down, and Nikaract really felt like he got into a good position, but he was very much so forced to go, go, go. And in being forced to go, 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 it's going to bring us a GG. And again, number 1, go in the way of a Goblin. Alrighty, we will jump into ley lines for our second map here. You jump into this in a sec and get ready to go, go, go. Nikaract ready's up, and we'll be able to kick off into our second game here, like I said, in just a couple of moments to get this up and running. And ready to roll. Let's count down. Get started. And in game we go, and Goblin will be up 1 at this point in time. Let's get ready to kick off and go, go, go. Let's do this. We're going to have ourselves the blue Terran in the top right corner. It is going to be Nikaract. Taking on the red Protoss in the bottom left-hand side, we've got ourselves Goblin. He's up by a game in this best of 3. And he's going to have a probe super early across the map, so maybe a little bit of something naughty going on here early, actually, as he gets set and ready to try and make something happen. Obviously, looks like a gateway, and it's going to be the first gateway as well. So right from the very start, throwing the gateway down here. And yeah, a gateway, 2 gateways, both on the way up right now. A fun little starting point, excuse me, as like I say, we'll see what the next phase of this perhaps involves still. It's getting set for a moment or 2. Going back all the way, then we are going to have on the other side the second gateway about to finish. Now you look at Nikaract's vision, no scout at all, so it's a perfect call from Goblin, who is looking to punish this. No scout, and he's going to find exactly that. Like, this could not really be better for you. I mean, you know, your opponent doesn't scout. The fact you're proxying not just 1 gate either, like this is proxying 2 gateways right up in front, right off the bat. That's a pretty nasty maneuver that we've got coming in right here. As, yeah, this definitely looks like a pretty hefty I mean, I don't really know what you do actually in this scenario as Nikaract, because by the time you know it's happening, like, so much of this is already just determined. So I actually really do not know what your plan kind of becomes as two Zealots show up, and I mean, basically, panic stations are, you know, are your go-to, and you absolutely do have to panic right now, because like I said, it's definitely not a pretty situation. It's definitely not where you want to be. As a couple of Zealots get to work right off the bat, and start to put some damage out, and it's pretty reasonable damage as well, right? Zealot going down, Nikaract down. Just the no scout gets completely punished, and that is going to be Goblin advancing through for the 2-0, advancing into the round of 8. So he'll get into the qualifying matchup a bit further down the line. We want to maybe jump into and cast. Everyone's kind of in game right now, so we'll probably have a moment or two at the very least before we get properly resumed here. A little while for Goblin to have a matchup. It's kind of a fast series, obviously. Percival Rex ongoing. The winner of that plays mana. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe we could catch a second game of Percival Rex or something. Let's try and hop onto career. See if we can maybe find something over here. They're 4 minutes in games. They're probably in game 2 already. Alright, we just take a couple moments then, guys. Hang around for a little bit. Get back on track. Hopefully very soon. Could we see Mana versus Rebellion? You guys want to watch PvP? I mean, I can check if they're any differently set in game. I imagine they're already fairly kind of some way through or so. Kind of the problem. Have a look. See if we can spot Mana on the friends list. Mana's 8 minutes in game. They might be in a game 2 as well, to be honest. Oh, Mana just came into a replay, so I guess we'll get an update on that in a second. Yeah, everyone's just in game right now, because we obviously went into our first match, and then everyone else has started their matches, and then we've had a very fast matchup, so yeah. Spirits in game for 12 minutes. They might be going to a game 2, to be fair. Hero has an opponent here. He's going to probably have just PvP on his way to a qualifying position today. Hey guys, I got some food, so I'm gonna eat quickly while we are basically waiting for a match anyway, so I'll just throw the break screen up and then we'll come back and hopefully we'll have some progress on what's going on, what we can jump into, or... No, can't jump in that one. Alright, yeah, I'll work on getting us a game, guys. I'll be back soon. Hey guys, just waiting for a game. We're probably waiting for Mana and Rebellion to finish. Winner plays Percival. So, just waiting on that. That or maybe Spirit of Ordinary versus Lemon. Yeah, that's where we're at. I'm just gonna BRB, finish up my lunch, and wait for this game to start. We're literally just waiting for a game. As soon as we have a game, we will go. Alrighty, guys. We're gonna go Mana vs Percival. It's coming up in a moment. Like I say, just unlucky timing. Obviously, our first match was super quick, and we got into it kind of quickly as well. Like we didn't really wait around. I can't talk today. So we obviously were just finished when everyone else was mid-game, mid-series. Unfortunately, but we are now ready to resume. Alright, gonna be Mana Percival coming up. We'll get this going in a second. Let's do it. I think this should be fun. Maybe a little bit of a no GG coming in. Percival loses, who knows? As we have in the bottom left. Our blue Protoss player Mana, bottom right is going to be Percival. Was done off in the last fantasy fun map to start on. No one gets the bad spawn as well. We get a cracker of a match coming up. Kind of like it, actually. Kind of like it. See what happens. Barracks is going to come over, Probe going to come around the bottom. A couple of simulators, the gate continue to come up for a couple of moments. It's going to be seeing the barracks about to finish up. And Savicore next is coming through. Reaper's going to be on the way. We just have our probe chasing around for the early stage. How's everyone doing then? Again, obviously, a couple of qualifier days. A little bit. Just going to be seeing the probe coming through. Just going to be seeing the factory coming about. Command center coming down. Couple stalkers coming about, and gate and the robot facility coming up on that bottom side, just gonna get that ready. Pylon about to finish up. A couple of adepts gonna come to the front here, just gonna go shading through, command center morphing on in toward an orbital. Let's just have the starport coming up as well. Starport coming through. A couple of them are SCVs jumping into the bunker, I guess, for safety for the moment. And yeah, just full on proxy, one base proxy mode from Mana. So really aggressive here. And what is kind of an interesting map for it, I guess. We're going to see 3 gateways of power. And I build a battery here as well, so we'll have some amount of available healing nearby. I wonder if that makes a difference for the Prism being able to drop in or so versus the Cyclone. Obviously not quite yet. We're just going to commit to this drop though, right? Like, we're going to send that and the Prism's going to pull back. 3 units get into the main base. You want to have that Prism close enough to evacuate those units, but the Cyclone gets the lock on. It's a dead Prism. Oh no, it's not! Wow. Mana's very fortunate there. Love the Widow Mine placement. That's exactly where Mana wants to play from, right? So it's going to zone you heavily. And so far to me, this is getting shut down. The Viking's going to be a huge factor as well, because if you get rid of the Prism, this build completely just falls apart. You don't need to defend the low ground right now as Percival, because your opponent is 1 base. All you gotta do is get rid of that Prism, although right now the Prism is being annoying, but there's the Widow Mine, and units are still inside. Now these units are trapped in the main base. Viking should just land. Land the Viking, just start fighting. A couple of SCVs pulling. The Immortal right now is completely useless in this scenario. And the second Cyclone pops out just to ensure that this is going to be an even easier cleanup. Don't lose that Cyclone, that's messy and unnecessary from Percival. That Cyclone did not need to die in the slightest, as this dunk on the low ground will be repaired. We're going to try and make this a little bit of a defense, but I don't hate the attempt. There's a new Prism coming up. I don't hate him defending this, I guess what I should say, because I think right now you actually can defend it, so why not? Mana's already lost a lot here, so I think as Percival, you just go ahead. You kind of have, have your bunk on the low ground. Defend your low ground if you want to. Good force field, SCVs. Going to be kept away. Another force field on the ramp as we're going to try and come across. Siege tank wants to come down there. The Viking going to be firing. Load back up into the Prism and move back over the right side. A couple more Stalkers in the depth coming forward. And we'll just be seeing the Immortal getting blasted. Bye-bye. A couple of those Marines looking to poke forward still. The SCV is going to pull back the other way. All of these Zald's going to get going. We're going to have the Marines there. Sentry going down. The Adept going down. Siege tank. They're going to be saved as well. I mean, it's still a little bit of firepower. We need to save this Siege tank. We can't let that go down. Get it sieged up. It's going to provide a lot of zoning. The starport is the big issue right now. It's in a location that is genuinely a little bit exposed. We did not repair the Siege tank properly. Feels like a pretty major mistake just to let the Siege tank be, like, still low at this point. It's kind of criminal, honestly. Viking can lift into the medevac to be microed as well, and Percival is going to get Mana to say GG in game number 1. In the end, took a little bit, but we got there. And Percival is going to take the opening game of the best of 3 on Last Fantasy. So Lemon is waiting for Spirit Ordinary. What the hell is HARSTEM doing against Jumi? Those guys have been in game for like 40 minutes. An 8-minute game right now. I presume it's 1-1. Alright, gonna start counting down. Let's rumble. Alright, in the top left-hand side, we're going to start off with the blue Protoss player. This is going to be Mana. Up against the red Terran, bottom right, we've got Percival. Game 2 of our best of 3 series coming at you right about now, as we get this one up and rolling. Interested to see what craziness awaits us, because that was obviously a pretty wild game in the first place for that game, game 1 already. So excited to see what game 2 will give us then in comparison. We'll just have the refinery coming up, just get that underway. Giving ourselves a little bit of time, SCV. Filling in the probe scouting early on. Nothing wild or crazy just yet. So you're going to turn the probe away actually and just push that all the way back. So Parabytes, how you doing? Hello, hello. 76 months resub. Good to see you. Thanks so much for supporting. So good to see you. Thank you so much for the support. Resub. Hell yeah. Probe is going to pull back up into the middle of the map, so nothing crazy. The SCV doing some scouting of its own accord. Again, nothing really too wild just yet. Everything good for now. SCV just moving, looking to see what's going on. Factory is going to continue up. The command center is about halfway. Bunker coming in on the front, and just going to have the Reaper looking to hop up into the main. And again, trying to see a little bit of what's on. But there's just the wall off there. But I mean, I guess getting up there in the pylon part of the wall means you do get the scout. So you still see the Twilight Council. So Percival does get that confirmation for himself right now, which is lovely. Tower gateway goes in, sentry in the warp gate coming about. Starport is going to be building from Percival and the Cyclone finishing up in the next few moments as well, so you get that going too, just for the moment. As, yeah, just going to be having the extra barracks coming in as well. Reaper going to be pushing up for a little bit. A bit of back and forth. Actually, the Cyclone does get rid of that hallucination, so we're able to make that a nice little grab for ourselves. The Reaper is going to hop up. Hallucination's been scouting as well. The Blink is well underway too, so we just have a little bit of everything coming in that regard for now. Seeing the Cyclone going to lock onto Hallucination there, going to push that back. And on the right-hand side, the Medevac going to be making its way up, so absolutely looking for a chance here to maybe get a little bit of a grab on something, get some work done. Let's move up to the high ground and look to get some damage dealt. So let's see, Wood of Mine is going to come across into the main base. Wood of Mine is going to be dropping, just going to go after the probe. Just going to get that straight away. And we'll just have the Stalker there getting grabbed too. Oh, that Wood of Mine went the wrong way. It went down instead of up. If it went up straight away, I feel like maybe it could have gotten to the Medevac. Medevac obviously did not really want to risk itself either after taking the first couple of shots. So just a little bit of something extra to watch for there as these few Stalkers are going to come blinking around. Now we're down to the bottom side of the map also, looking to see if they can cause some trouble or make something happen maybe as we go straight across and get set up. The units warping in. There's actually quite a lot of warp-ins from Mana with the 4 gates available. Obviously, third next is only just now starting. And have a lot of firepower to work with here. Trying to lead straight into this. The Marines. I mean, the first bunker just dies. Now, the second bunker is going to be right there. The 2 tanks were both in the main base, so this was maybe not ready to kind of really defend at the front. He did not have his tanks set up nicely at all, because you should have a good kind of spread of tanks here, really. I will say it's taken Mana a long time, and the tanks finally got in position, so we finally do end up seeing. So that Banshee isn't going to go down, but this Wood of Mine may have some opportunity still. Honestly, Mana lost a fair few Stalkers here, and again, it's not like he's in the best possible position. Based on what we've been seeing so far. We're just going to be seeing those Stalkers going to come through. A couple Marines and Marauders in some trouble. Tanks firing, and the Stalkers will continue to take a few more shots. Combat Shield and Stimpak continue to build in as the Medevac will go down to the bottom. And just see the rest of these Stalkers setting up too. The rest of the Stalkers also coming across for a couple of moments. Taking some time here. As we just head right down to the bottom right-hand side. And Mana, keep on poking through here. Can he continue to look for more damage? I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to succeed in that regard, to be honest, as you see the Stalkers coming through. Just going to get a blink straight on top of this siege tank. It will go down. The Bio's going to continue going as well, pushing through for the moment. I mean, don't get me wrong, you get some damage done here as Mana, but it does still come at a cost, right? So there's still a little bit of a price to pay in that regard. Going back through, we'll get a little bit more done as we see the SCVs going to have to pull in as a response to this. So we're just going to start kiting backwards. 5, 6, 7 SCVs going down. There's a massive, honestly, push on the other side. There's nothing here currently. There's a Colossus building. We warped in through, what, 4 Stalkers. It's not exactly going to do much. We're going to recall. It's honestly not a huge recall either, and you know what's being recalled, so you can stim into it, get a bunch of kills before reinforcements show up. And Percival's going to get a ton done. Mana does not have a lot of army supply right now. He's going after the Medevacs. Loses so many Stalkers, loses all the probes on this base. The Colossus now finishes. He's going to have to walk around those structures to get over here, and it might be able to get here. If you have enough support for this Colossus, I kind of want to see him dive it, to be honest. As I think Percival... Battery is obviously very nice, though. I think Percival had a good idea. I love that. Gets rid of the Prism as it flies back as well. The sacrifices the units, gets the unit Medevac out of there. And, yeah, definitely a good job for Percival. Still in a good position. Obviously did end up losing a little bit toward the tail end of that. But I think... kind of to an acceptable level for the moment still, as we just see this double Medevac movement over toward the natural as well here. See the mines loading up, and also going a little bit of a play for now. But all the man gonna load up, and man, it was he's over here with this army. I mean, you've got a few Zealots in there, which is always going to make this pretty scary to potentially handle, so that's worth keeping in mind as well. That Prism coming over to support this now. We start a poke at the front, the Colossus firing up. Some damage being dealt. One shot's just coming through right off the bat, and it's going to be seeing the couple Stalkers actually going to get chased away pretty quickly here. Bio actually going to really push this back. I mean, there's a lot of firepower in that Bio army. That Colossus trying to do what it can. Drum as far away as it is, it's just not exactly looking super hopeful at the moment. As you do see Percival again pushing through, and at the same time he's in the base. Widow Mines are going huge. He's getting damage done with this drop as well, so he's getting a bunch of probe kills. Remember, he already, really kind of shortened the economy of mana previously as well, so it really is looking like Percival this and Percival that. As we just see the push forward right now, heading toward the upper left-hand side, heading toward this third base. And yeah, I think better say that this one is... Well, Man's going to try and base trade it, which is probably one of the better things he can do right now, because, let's face it, he's not going to have a great time otherwise. To pull the SCVs and fight with the few Bayouns we've got, I don't know if that's the best way to approach this either, to be honest. I'd maybe prefer to see us just kind of fully pulling back, although we are going to get the sentries. I mean, in this case, I think it's going to be fine, but I think always pulling back toward the main, just giving yourself more time would have been fine as well. In this scenario, Percival's just running through into the natural, and Mana is going to lose the natural expansion. Again, just a few more Zealots warping in. I mean, there's always longevity with this army. Zealots take a long time to get through. You've got two Colossus that are not easily, gotten rid of. And that's why it's a little scary for Percival. That's why Mana can keep on pushing. Like, Percival just fighting out on the third base when it was a real portion of his army versus everything that Mana had made this a lot closer than it ever needed to be, realistically. Now, don't get me wrong, like, this is not going to work out. Like, Percival is not going to lose this game. He's got this under control, but he did not need to take the fight over here. This gave Mana a chance to keep pushing. Whereas if he just pulled back to his main, or even his natural, and just got a few more units, and then really pulled the SCVs and really attacked all at once, could have looked so much more convincing for Percival. As you can see, obviously, at this point, he's fine. There's only one Colossus left. The sentries are only going to really add force fields in here. They don't really add damage. They are going down as well. And I can try and micro the prison, but he should not be able to micro forever. And he's obviously lost everything back at home. Literally just a case of Percival let this army be way too much, to be honest, so GG. GG, and Percival is going to take the 2-0 qualifying for the WardiTV Summer Championship. A Terran player qualifies, how lovely. So Percival will advance on through to play the winner of Hero HARSTEM, which I just jumped into the lobby of because we might be able to get that underway. Brilliant. Alright, we'll get this checked on and we should be able to go. Cool. Well, we're going to go into HARSTEM vs Hero then, guys. Back-to-back matches. This is another qualifying match. The HARSTEM did come out against Jumi 2-1. Now plays against Hero. Let's see if we can get it done to qualify. Spirit versus Ordinary? They're playing. Yeah, they're playing. They're just taking a while. I see them in game. Alright, Tokamak coming up. Let's get to the loading screen and get us started. On the top right-hand side, we're going to be seeing the red Korean Protoss player. This is going to be Hero. It's a fresh series as well, really has just begun, so we are fully ready to party. As he takes on the blue Protoss player in the bottom left corner of the map, we've got HARSTEM. Alright, so let's see where we're going to go. Let's see what we are going to get up to. As we get ready to rumble here in game number 1 of this BO3. HARSTEM's been talking a lot about proxy robos, but I do think our Hero might have a good answer to that, so we'll see what HARSTEM can get up to. They're definitely our favorite coming into this, though. He's back on the grind, it seems. Probe will move back and forth, drop the pylon down. We got that set up for a couple of moments. I see that probe continues to step over as well. And Hero sees the proxy robo immediately, so he's expanding off one gateway. But let's see what exactly he does now. He knows it's a proxy robo to do this. Central corner boost out, the probe going back the other direction. And that will get a probe again. A couple stalkers, robo facility coming up, like I said. Hero's currently just going to go second gateway. We'll have the gas for some tech soon, perhaps, but decides to just drop down gateway 3 for the moment as well. So he's just going to go for a lot of units here. It's obviously a not a terrible way to play this either. Just have a lot of units up against someone that's going to be attacking into you. A couple of Adepts going to fire. Adept taking some shots. Again, a couple of gates continuing through for the moment as the Stalkers want to try and get that Adept. Not quite able to yet, though. The Adept over here is going to move back over the sides. Two Adepts, two Stalkers, both going to load straight up. Move into this main base. He's stalking the sentry. It's going to be right there. Prism will take a shot of damage. The Robo Facility will start the Immortal. Get that underway. I love these two hallucinations, by the way, as well. Just really buffs up that Stalker count. It's hard to know which ones exactly are real. HARSTEM does not have a lot of units right now, by the way. Like, his army looks terribly small in comparison to his opponents. His Adept going to get... these two Adepts are going to get trapped in by a battery and the Stalker. We're going to recall a portion of the army. I don't hate that, because obviously you want some presence in the main base, too, because of the force field. Chasing for the Prism. I mean, if you get the Prism down, everything else here can't be reinforced, and hence it's just, I mean, it's kind of stuck anyway because the Prism's being forced back. Maybe we can make an escape right now. Hero's going to step forward aggressively. You can see he does not want to let that Prism come and retrieve these units. Even if it means taking some Immortal shots, he knows just every single one of these units will go down otherwise. Yeah, Hero's going to have an extremely convincing response. I mean, again, he got to scout it. He got to pick his response out, so you should expect his, response to look pretty much picture perfect. And it really has done so far. Come to the front. And the Immortal on the way on either side. Battery coming up. It's going to be units on the right. Going to be getting elevated in a second. More weapons coming through. The Stalker will just come around. Going to see a little bit of a step forward. A couple of force fields coming down as well. Just going to see a couple Stalkers firing back. We'll see the Immortal just going to lift up and come back down as well. So a little bit of up and down, a little bit of bouncing around. And you see the Immortals firing once again. Get those finished up. HARSTEM steps away once more. A couple of Adepts coming through. I'm just going to see that little pick off at the front. And the Adepts will make their shade into the main base here. First Immortal is very low. I mean, there's the Prism, and there is the game, I think. Because HARSTEM's army just melts. You have no Prism, so no micro. Yeah, a few Adepts in the main base will do some damage, but so what? You're one base against two. A few Adepts killing some probes is not exactly going to save the day by any margin, realistically. Alright, gonna jump into the ley lines. Alright, Gandan's good. Spirit did beat Chance in the end. He's now going to play Lemon. I think that's actually going to be a tough one for him. But that is a qualifying matchup too. Hero leads this qualifying matchup 1-0. As we have in the bottom left-hand corner, the red Protoss player. This is going to be Hero. He is up a game in this best of 3. So here is in the bottom left and HARSTEM is in the upper right as we see if HARSTEM can bounce back. Front of is coming through. The probe going to step on up toward the natural already. A couple of gates coming around. The probe going to get back over the other side. There's our pylon going down. HARSTEM used this proxy location the other day too. I wonder if he just wants to see all the different ways in which Hero kind of deals with the Robo in different scenarios. Going across, and a couple of depths coming through, the warp gate coming up, Robo facility is halfway done. Next in the Stargate just building in from Hero. The probe's going to patrol from here on the natural, so yeah, Robo facility coming through the warp gate building. And that Nexus coming up from Hero as well. And depth will shade, second depth shading as well for the moment. Two adepts together make their way out down to the bottom side of the map. So again, going to go on a little bit of a journey already, just stepping over, seeing what is good for those early stages. Both these sentries coming by, and that warp gate coming up on the side because the block on the high ground comes up. Stalker for fight. It's going to go back and forth. The depth Stalker's going to go through here. Phoenix on the way about. The Adept still building. The warp gate is seconds away from finishing up right now. The Robo facility. Proxy, obviously, HARSTEM is going to utilize this to push. This time Hero has the Stargate up and Phoenix are already producing through. So you've got multiple Phoenix in play. Going up to the 3 gateways now as well, but those gates are going to be much later than last time. Going to rely on the Phoenix to get some of the damage done here and to negate some of these unit counts. Yeah, these gates are feel very, very late in comparison. I mean, look at HARSTEM warping in 3 more units now. 4 Phoenix. You can lift up 4 of these units, which is, a third of them. But if you lift those up, then just nothing else is happening from those Phoenix. So you kind of just want to lift 1 and get some damage done with it. Battery putting some work in as the force fields came down, but we did save that Stalker. Good job from Hero. He will potentially lose this pylon though, pulls a few probes in as well, back and forth at the moment, gets rid of a sentry, gonna dive in, just gonna let the Phoenix go after the Prism. I don't hate it, just fully dives the Prism, gets rid of some of the units that were warping in because of it. It's actually a huge deal, but does he have enough to hold on beyond that? A couple more Stalkers get warped in, and we will have a new battery on the low ground finished A battery on the high ground there as well to be used too. The Phoenix are using their lift as well as they can be, just taking as many units out of the equation as possible, basically lowering the damage output so the batteries will last for longer. And I think that's actually just a beautiful defense here from Hero in the end. Absolutely beautifully done. Very, very nicely done. Wow. That was honestly a very sick defense. Just Hero really timed so much to perfection. That one Stalker surviving, running over here, all of that kind of stuff. Just looking great in general as a Stalker and a Sentry. Comes back around. Prism coming up, the Probe's coming in. Oracle will Chrono Boost on that Stargate. And the Phoenix run over to that right-hand side as well. See a couple more Warp-ins coming through at the moment as the Stalkers gather, Sentries gather. Stalkers trying to find the Phoenix. A couple probes building up. The army still coming around. The Oracle going over to that right-hand side. The couple of Phoenix still moving through. The Stalkers and the Sentries heading forward. This is obviously a much less convincing fight from the start for HARSTEM than what we saw last time. Just see Hero going for the Prism, steps away from the batteries to get the Prism, so HARSTEM's defensive positioning, like, you know, keeping the Prism this far away, gave you an opportunity at least where these Stalkers really exposed themselves for Hero making that choice. We'll get that one Stalker there as it was lifted in the sky by the Phoenix, so it couldn't obviously retreat. I'm also going to say GG. And Hero will qualify for the WardiTV Summer Championship. Of course, he can still play another match here if he wants to against Percival and play for some prize money. There is prize money on the line for top 2, so if they want to play for some prize money, they are welcome to. So yeah, there is maybe another match or 2 still coming up from Hero if he wants to play for that money. We'll just figure that out, guys, and if that is the case, we'll probably follow into Hero versus Percival. Lemon and Spirit are already in game. Actually, no, they're not. We could maybe just go Lemon Spirit, actually, and then just follow this bottom side through. It sounds also possibly reasonable. Got the scores here between Spirit and Lemon. 1-0 for Spirit. Alright, let's go. Alright, in the bottom left-hand side, our red Terran up 1-0 is Spirit. In the top right, our blue Protoss is Lemon. We can get this underway. So, Spirit is up 1. And this is a qualifying match as well, as we get into Game 2 of this best of 3. Really was a sick defense last game, though, from Hero. That was a really well-executed defense initially. Yes, FPS is going to be down a second. I just need to tap out and reply to something quick. Give me a moment, please. Actually, no, we're good. Probably coming up. Just going to see the probe coming around the other side. Cybercore, Nexus. coming online as well. Coming up in the barracks factory coming online. Just going to be seeing the Nexus about to finish. CC on the way. Get settled for the moment. Get going. Cyclone coming through, Marine coming up. It's going to be seeing the Orbital getting going, the Blink and the Warp Gate coming up. Hallucination just checking down to the bottom, trying to see what's going on. Tank gathering, Marines joining. Just gonna see that first Marine stepping through. Hallucination down to the bottom left side. So he comes over, Marines and the Banshee chilling. Nexus coming up. You see the single Marine stepping across, trying to see a little bit of what's going on to go. Back down to the bottom side, the few Stalkers joining up together, Marine Tank, Banshee, Cyclone coming through as well. You see a couple of shots already going out onto those Stalkers, just going to get those pushed back. A couple tanks are going to fire, Stalkers are going to get pushed the other way. We do lose one siege tank already though, so Lemon at least cutting down the forces that Spirit is able to start pushing with, so a little bit of a shutdown there. One Marine going down. Banshee just firing. The Stalker goes down. The scan comes up. And the Siege Tank is going to fire. It's just going to be seeing the tank firing up. The Stalker's taking a lot of damage. The Banshees will come back over, chasing those Stalkers as well. I mean, we push Spirit back, but then you are having your Stalkers kind of chased, right? So 2 tanks dead, 4 Stalkers dead. Banshee still high damage output units. Stalker stop for a second, blink away. Charge is going to be done. That's obviously usually a pretty major factor. If we have enough Zealots, like this group of Marines does not kill Zealots quickly enough is typically the scenario. 2 more SCVs escaping up to the top side. Tank is going to be there. Stalkers looking to push through. A little bit of back and forth. Tank sieging. Tank 2 sieging. Marines and the Banshee going to fire. Couple more probes going down. We are going to see the Stalkers and Zealots going to engage through. There's not a lot of surface area denial, right? So the Zealots are going to get pretty good commitment in. They close the distance on that army, no problem, because the structures just didn't really block a lot. Don't get me wrong, the Banshees are doing fine, but they're not doing enough. And that is going to be a cleanup there from Lemon. Resources loss is going to be heavily favorable to Lemon after that. And it's just those Zealots are so effective when you're basically trying to fight them with baseline Marines. The delay was absolutely worthwhile in the end. Very nicely done. Game number 3 then between these two, going to be coming up in a few. We're going to be getting into Persephone for map 2. Let's jump in. Alright, Persephone coming up. We get ready to rumble. Let's dive into a game 3 between these guys. 1-1 all tied up. And Goblin waiting in the next round. So again, this is a qualifying game. What if this qualifies, but then you can still play for some prize money today if you want to play the rest of the matches out as well. So that's what's on the line and that's what's happening. As we get ready to go. Top left, red Terran player here is going to be Spirit, taking on the blue Protoss. Bottom left, it is going to be Lemon. Pro popping out, throws a gateway down. And that probe is going to head up to the top side of the map. So probe heading up to the top, the SCV coming down the bottom in comparison. And we'll just see our barracks and our refinery coming up as well. Gateway and the assimilator coming through. Probe is going to be coming about. The probe on the top side from Lemon just going to be heading in toward the main base. Just going to get that across over there for the moment into the main to see what's going on. Engineering Bay blockage as the orbital command comes through. It's just Marines initially, so no Reaper. Things are a little bit faster on that gas toward a factory. We'll just see that reactor coming through on the barracks then. The Marine settling down, the SCV coming over. Factory starts to produce the CC building on the low ground. Again, Stalker and the Warp Gate coming through for the moment. Haven't heard of Lemon. Yeah, Lemon is someone not everyone's heard of, but he had a really good run in the ESL regionals in the Taiwanese China region. Not that long ago. I guess it was just Asia combined when he had his good run. He really looked very powerful there and kind of caught the eyes of many. He's been playing a very long time in the Taiwanese region and in competitions. Actually didn't always play Protoss, played some Terran, played some Zerg, played all 3 races at different points. But yeah, that ESL regionals run in the final year of the ESL regionals, he had a really good showing and definitely impressed a lot of people, so it was a good big positive for him. So I'm beating Bjorn recently. Yeah, dude is freaking good. Like, he's very good. The biggest question for Lemon was whether he was going to be able to keep that kind of level in play and keep it going or so. And so far the answer to that has been kind of just yes, it has. You know, team is fairly capable. Twilight Council about to finish. A couple of probes, Stalker and the Warp Gate coming through as well. The battery coming in from Lemon on the low ground. Stalker heading to the right side. 2 more Stalkers heading from the top down to the bottom here. Charge is going to be starting the warp gate, finishing soon. And so Lemon is going to go directly into the charge, which obviously means he's bypassing the ability to have as much map control as usual with the Stalkers and so, but charge quickly does do very well against a lot of the early tank pushes. Stalkers with no blink will have a more difficult time dealing with the Banshee though, as the Widowmine actually got rid of 1 Stalker here as well, so nice little grab for Spirit right off the bat. You see those couple Stalkers coming through, a Marine goes down already. Stalkers continue to kite backwards here as the Marines come through, the couple Stalkers still chilling back. Gates and the Robo Facility get brought in, the Marines will jump into the bunker, and we'll just have ourselves the SCV popping out the other side. And getting ready for a little bit of additional repair, perhaps in the next few moments. That Widowmine will burrow up right at the front as well. A couple more Marines will gather up on the ramp. Robotics Facility about to finish from Lemon. Charge is about to be done. The Robo Bay coming through. And 2 more barracks building up as the Engineering Bay is on its way out. Refinery building on the natural. Seeing the extra Stalkers warping on the 3rd base as well. There's 1 Stalker still pulling back over to the front. Here's the Robo Bay begins. Nexus halfway done. Gateway beginning also. Sorry guys, excuse me a moment, just having some sneezes. So yeah, we get 2 base going up against now the 3 base Protoss. Stim +1 finish. We do have a 3rd CC on the way. Spirit is looking toward the future here. But obviously as... Sorry, excuse me again. As the bio units and upgrades kick in, we will see a little bit more kind of value coming through in the next couple of moments. Man shot is reasonable. 11 probes going down as these Banshees continue through. Sorry, I'm still having to mute every few seconds and sneeze. I'm having a proper sneeze fit. I was just going to see a couple of probes going to go down. $19-20 probes going down is kind of a huge deal. Banshees do escape away to the sides. Just going to be able to squeeze out of that at the very end. A couple of mules dropping into place. Coming through for the moment. Combat shield, concussive shells, etc. All coming up as well. It's just bringing a little bit of everything through for now. Two Medevac's going to load up and go down the left-hand side. So they're going to go on a little bit of a journey as well. Out down the left, head them across to the bottom. Away they go. Get to the bottom side here in a couple of moments. Fire will begin to unload. A couple Stalkers will begin to fire in return. The Widowmines looking to try and get involved. As Lemon just says GG. He lost way too many probes this game, unfortunately, to really stay in it. And that is going to get it done. I can say GG called, and that one will get rounded out as Spirit takes game number 3. Alright, so Spirit getting a little W, and he will qualify. So 2 Terrans and 2 Pros qualifying today. Now we will follow into Goblin versus Spirit on the European server, and we'll go into that matchup as we play for a little bit of prize money now. That will be coming up next. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, we'll go Spirit Spirit Goblin moment. Guys, it's going to be our B moment. I'm going to go blow my nose, so be right back. And we'll get ready for Spirit Goblin. That's 3. Alrighty, guys. Should be going to Goblin Spirit. Spirit's just chilling in the replay for a second. Oh, now he's logged out. Guess we're going to go to Europe, though, for Goblin Spirit. Apparently, Hero already beat out Percival. We said Hero could play against Percival. We're not going to make players wait in the semifinals and stuff. For the qualifier or anything. So, yeah, we'll have Goblin versus Spirit. Winner versus Hero will be the last 2 matches of the day. It's nice and easy, isn't it? Does seem reasonable. Do. Alrighty guys, like I said, just getting Goblin online here. And we should be able to rumble in just a couple of momentos. Cool. Cool. Do. How's everyone doing? Thanks for joining us again. Just some qualifier action today. Tomorrow's going to be fun, by the way. Tomorrow's going to be qualifiers as well. Never mind. Tomorrow's going to be qualifiers again, and then the day after is going to be the day after is going to be Leo League Cup into the Youth Thermal 2v2 event, which I'm really looking forward to helping cover. So, really looking forward to that. That should be awesome. Very, very exciting. And hope everyone is doing well. Thanks for joining. Thanks for chilling. I know today's been a very stop and start day. But, so yeah. Been a very stop and start day. Sometimes the way it is with these qualifiers. Again, from here on out, we're just playing for a little bit of money. Bum 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 bum. There's definitely going to be our opening. Perfect. Get this ready to rumble, guys. Thanks for again for the patience. But videos are done. I'm going to start on Persephone for best of 3. This one is obviously players are qualified. So yeah, players are qualified. And this is just a case of moving forwards. Let's see what... We're going to see who wins a little bit of prize money, basically. So, with that in mind, we're going to get going. Go into Persephone and see what happens. In the top left-hand corner, the red Terran player here is going to be Spirit. This is a best of 3 TVP, as he takes on Goblin in the bottom left corner of Persephone to start things off. Well, a couple of refineries coming up and getting settled here. There's obviously double gas right off the get-go. Shows a little bit of aggression from the Terran player. Drop the Nexus down onto the natural. Get that on the way through, get that settled. Take a few moments at the moment. Get ourselves, again, just up and rolling for now. Next coming about, the factory coming in. Reaper will begin to build. And just have a similar coming up here from Goblin again. No expansion yet from Spirit. I mean, he's still double gas. 3 workers in each. Gets to a very, very aggressive point here as the reactor comes down. The Reaper's heading across the map. Twilight Council coming into play. Hops up, has to hop down. Obviously no pylon as part of the wall means the Twilight Council can be far enough back not to be scouted off the bat. It's not a surprise to see the Twilight Council, of course, just, confirmation is usually nice, but this is still just a full-on one-base play for here from Spirit. So maybe he doesn't even care too much about what's going on the other side. I'm genuinely curious what we do exactly. 3 racks, 1 factory, 1 starport, so it's just going to be tanks. I guess we just go tank, medevac, marines. Just trying to think what comes out of the starport specifically. Because this is going to be very money intensive with the 3 barracks. Oh, we are going to tech lab it. We're just going to go Marine Tank Banshee. I just didn't know if we could really afford the Banshee and 3 racks of Marines production. It's not the gas that's the problem, it really is just the mineral income. Yeah, Raven. I was thinking about the Raven, but I don't think the Raven makes too much sense. Obviously, against a Dark Shrine, it would be great. But I think when you're committing like this, you want to go full force, right? And just having the Raven, what does the Raven do? Like a missile turret or an auto turret here or there? So I'm not sure if that would really be everything we kind of want it to be, I guess. Tanks join together, and we'll see the few stalkers gathering up. As that prism going to start moving out onto the map. Dark Shrine coming about, a few stalkers still gathering. Have that warp gate morphing in. Tank and the Marines still building as well. Just going to be seeing the tanks and the Marines all joining up together. Get settled here in the next few moments. And we begin to make our way out onto the map. The Raven is building, so DT's... I mean, the DT's harassing is annoying anyway, because Spirit doesn't really want to stop and turn around. Having the Raven is nice. Yeah, Goblin didn't even realize this is one base, by the way. He's clueless. As the Raven shows up, we can just SCV surround it, and we just kill this with the Marine. And then you just want to send the Raven across the map. Like, you need the Raven... Well, I guess he's got scans, 2 scans for the moment, but, like, ideally you get a Raven across the map because you don't want to have to keep on scanning. He's going to have to scan right here, for example, against this first DT, which he does get. That buys you some time. I mean, this is still bad for Goblin, who is building a ton of batteries, but this is all powered by a single pylon. Okay, I guess this pylon here powers some of the batteries. Spirit gets a few SCVs showing up. The DT across the map is actually kind of annoying, because what it will do is actually stop some of the reinforcements coming over as easily. And Goblin just does not have the supply he needs. And actually now supply blocked as well is going to be a problem. He's going to pull probes in. He actually needs to lose some probes to free up supply to maybe get some additional warp-ins to help him out. More Zealots build. Charges on the way, but not ready yet. As obviously Goblin is only going to have so much time. We drop a scan back at home. He's going to start Spirit just pulling absolutely everything across the map, apparently. In that case, you've got to get up this ramp and go. You cannot let warp-ins continue to happen in this scenario. Prism's going to bring a few Zealots out to the low ground, either intercept reinforcements or just flanking, of course, could be huge here. Spirit kills off the natural nexus, but like, he really needs to get rid of these gateways. He really needs to stop warp-ins. Every warp-in that comes through gives Goblin a genuine chance at holding on against this. Tank shots initially good. Anti-armor missile on the Stalkers, but it preferred it towards the Zealots. There's a good amount of Marines. The tank's getting rid of the Stalkers. 2 tanks remain here. Now we must get rid of these gateways. We cannot let warp-ins continue. Goblin gets a few Zealots already. There's going to be 3 gateways still powered here as these 2 go down. Warps in another Dark Templar. I guess that's... where did he warp in the DT? I'm not sure. Mortar turret helping out. The few SCVs here are going to show up. Going to move into the high ground. Okay, the DT's right there in the corner. He's just going to take that out of the base. Another warp-in of a couple of Zealots. Like I said, you just got to get the pylons. You got to stop warp-ins right now. Goblin gets up to 20 army supply. Oh, he's going to get an Archon. That's fun as well. Now, as a Spirit, you realistically just have to go and shut down probes, and I guess let's see. That one siege tank is very on its own, by the way, and that's going to be a huge opportunity. Yeah, that tank's dead. Okay, so that tank is going to be dead. He's going to kill every probe. Goblin does have enough. I'm just thinking, can Spirit force a draw already, basically? SCVs are not helping the fight. Nexus survived. A single probe survived, by the way. That one probe is super important. We kind of need to kill that probe. Well, no, I guess he can build another probe. As long as he can build a probe, you've got money, right? Drops the order turret. Spirit on 7 army supply. Goblin on 10. A Marine here. Yeah, that's not going to do anything. The Archon is so powerful at this point. We did kill a new probe that came out. That's kind of a big deal. This Banshee needs to go after that probe. How many probes have we got queued up? 1 more after this. And then there's 1 more probe on the map. Spirit is mining. He's got a mule, so he's got mining, of course. Kills that probe. Goblin has 1 probe left. Where's the probe? It's over here, hiding. He built the pylon, which took away some of the minerals. This Banshee needs to make sure probes don't mine. Like, if probes don't mine, this is somewhat doable. The DT is going to stop the mule from mining, though. The Banshee's the only attacking unit in the game right now. At the very least, you can force a draw if the probe never mines again. If the probe never mines, we force a draw. And the probe's running. There's no hidden minerals or anything. Oh, we got a Cyclone! Oh my god. Cyclone's low-key kind of huge right now. Could really do with the Raven getting to the Dark Templar. The Raven, obviously, if that goes down... Oh, he knows where the DT is. The Cyclone stopped, though. Obviously, it's a challenge to kind of keep an eye on everything that's happening at once. If you can get rid of that DT, that would be huge. Locks onto the Prism again. Just going to get a couple of shots off. Pulls back from the Archon. Cyclone can win this game. There's the recall on the Archon and the DT. Probe can come back to mine. But that means that these units aren't over here anymore, so you can start mining as the Terran player as well. All he has to do is kill the probe when it returns. And the probe is coming back. He just needs to kill this probe. Of course, he doesn't know that, but we know that if he just kills the probe, at the very least, it's a draw. Jumping mill drops down. Here comes the probe. 5 mineral trips for this probe to create another probe. Second Cyclone starts. It's a huge deal. Banshee sees the probe. Obviously, we can micro that with the Prism as well, but Spirit knows Goblin is mine. He saw the probe. He is aware. Banshee sees the opportunity. He's going to get the probe. Probe! Oh my god, saved by the Prism. Saved by the Prism. Now we can start probe number 2. Goblin resumes mine. But obviously, he's mine with 1 probe versus mules. It's not exactly fun. Observer seen. Observer dead. Archon going across the map. Prism, he doesn't know the Archon's on the map, so this Banshee's going to sit scared. He doesn't actually know the Archon's on the map, though. Oh, if he accidentally runs into the DT, he's going to see it maybe with the Raven detection. No! The DT gets around. He's going to find the Archon, though, and the Prism's not here. Anti-arm missile. Just going to go for it. Obviously, we do have the DT that's going to cause issues. He sees the DT as well. The Raven! The Raven is going to survive. The Goblin GG has to be typed. Spirit will take game 1. I think Goblin was realizing he was in an unwinnable spot. So he was trying to make something happen where you're scaring that Banshees, you can try and do something. Kind of a crazy game. Kind of a crazy little game. Alright, we're going to go into game 2 in a sec, as Spirit leads 1-0. Yeah, I like that Goblin try, because I don't think there's a way the Goblin really wins. If he sits at home with the Archon, doesn't work. But he can't, what he did was very smart, because he left the Prism. I think it was smart. So he left the Prism to scare the Banshee from being able to deny the probes, because he had to mine. But then I think he also knew he had to try and get across the map and do something with the Archon. Maybe he should have just gone with the Archon and just not mined and just tried to kill, but it was a very difficult scenario. A very difficult one, very tricksy. In the top right, our red Terran player is going to be Spirit, leading 1-0 in this series. In the bottom left, gonna have ourselves a blue Protoss player, Goblin. Game 2 of the BO3 as the pylon finishes. Probe morphs a gateway. Heading back down the bottom left-hand side again. 2 gateways coming up right from the get-go here. The barracks coming through, the gateways and the assimilator coming online. Just chronoing out our probies. Goblin, he did this earlier today against Nikaract. And against the Terrans, the Dawn Scout, it's very, very good. It's very, very good. Now, there is a Reaper here. This Reaper should try and scout, but obviously if you don't check for the proxy, it could just be too late by the time you get that info. How much of my micro APM do I expend on YouTube versus Twitch percent rise? What kind of micro APM do I have? Like, what kind of micro APM do I have? The Reaper sees it, by the way. Just spot this, can get some damage on the first Zealot. That's a big start. Bunker will begin. Second Reaper started as well. This was a double gas play. And you don't want a second Reaper? I mean, it's so far done now. I guess you go for it anyway. Silence will start to hit this depot, but this is a good start from Spirit because obviously he's walled off. He's playing the factory early. Second Reaper pops out, and you know what I really love? This Reaper across the map. He just sends it straight across, so he just knows there's an opportunity to deal damage, and Spirit will start a multitask, because honestly he doesn't even need to multitask too much. He's got a defense at home, and he's got this Reaper over here that can just pick away at probes until the battery's there. When the battery's done, obviously you're going to have some energy to pick through, perhaps. But even still, you're still a pressuring Reaper right now. If you keep an eye on this and don't let it get surrounded, there is nothing here for a while. One Stalker maybe walks home. Like, this battery is genuinely going to start running out of energy. 2, 3 little bits of energy every single shot right now. Grenade obviously blasts a few of the probes around. Stalker's only halfway home, so at the very least we're probably going to get one more probe kill here, I would say. Oh, energy overcharge. Okay. Cyclone moves out, is just going to start locking onto some of these units. Zealot in trouble, is going to go down. Nice catch, Stalker. Going to be there. And just going to be seeing the Cyclone coming through. Tank, Marines, continue to come about. And the Zealot going to get jumped on again. Is going to go down. It's another nice catch. Stalker will shoot. A little bit back and forth. Reaper firing out as well. Tank sieging up on the high ground bunker. Sets the Marines are going to be popping. The bunker will salvage. And the Cyclone stepping down the low ground here. So do you get the lock on? Just going to chase those Stalkers away. The Reapers and the Marines continue to come through. Stalker will go down. Just going to keep chasing, looking for the grenades. It's not looking good for Gobbo. As obviously the Cyclone can get rid of this Stalker. And the gateways will be depowered. Fourth gate finishing. 2 gates coming up at home. We actually are going to stop and just kill these gateways as well. There's 20 army supply to 2. And when you're only going to work with, like, well, this 3rd gateway is very late. You're going to be working with very few warp-ins against a very good army. And you have no tech. Your tech's going to be the robot facility. I guess you insta-build an Immortal. What else can you do, right? You have to build an Immortal in this scenario, I'm pretty sure. The problem is, having to build an Immortal is not exactly ideal. Terran has an expansion too, so they're not like super committed. You know, this is a push forward that can do a lot, so it doesn't need to do too much. Cycle knocking on, Stalk still being chased. Cycle knocking again, couple tanks will siege. Siege up, hallucination, gonna take damage. You're gonna just target fire down that Immortal. As long as this Immortal goes down, man, there's just nothing else here. It's a fake Colossus. We actually are targeting it initially. The batteries do some serious work. They also healed the hallucination, funnily enough. Committed to the cause of deceit. Get rid of another siege tank. I mean, the thing is, from Spirit, like I say, this does not need to win him the game. Just applying pressure right now is very good. It puts you in a very good place. Yeah, it's looking very reasonable to just have the extra couple of Zealots warping in. Stalkers and the Sentry look to step forward. The tank will in siege. Left that up into the medevac. I have another Immortal showing up. Like, this is only going to be Marines in a moment. And a Banshee. Guardian Shield popping. Goblin is continuing his defense. Spirit is still up a ton of workers as well. He just retreats away. I mean, I guess, like I've been saying, this is not necessarily like a must-win scenario for Spirit right now. Just anything he does is nice. Like, he's still ahead in pretty much every metric, so it's not like he had to get the GG out of his opponent in this very moment. But it is looking very good for Spirit now as Spirit are going to give us a little cheeky TVP final against Hero today. It's pretty fun. Bunker, depot coming about, a few tanks gathering. We have the medevac ready to drop into the main base as well. We're not really, we just warped in from Goblin as well. He's not, I was going to say, he's not really set up in any way to deal with this, as the Banshee's going to show up as well. He's got nothing at home, so it's an all-out attack. Goblin is very committed with this. To be fair, he has a lot of units here compared to what Spirit has. SCV should pull instantly. I mean, I think as Goblin, you've just got to send it. No, you just got to be like, you know what, this probably is terrible, but let's just go. He recalls. I mean, I think if you go, maybe there's a world you can drop on the tanks or something. I think you just have to be full committed to the fact you're probably about to lose the game, to be honest. But doesn't matter. GG gets called, and that will be that. Sorry, another question. Is Qualifier 4 today as well? No, Qualifier 4 will be tomorrow. So same time tomorrow for Qualifier 4. You see, I might go back and forth. Sometimes YouTube chat is live, and sometimes it's Twitch only, and you forget YouTube chat members exist. So I have YouTube. When I look over here, it's because I'm just checking out the YouTube chat and the numbers and stuff. So usually I look over here for YouTube, and my Twitch is over here. So most of the time, Twitch is over here on my main screen, which is where my OBS is as well. Like, if you want to see my setup, it looks like this. So over here, this is my camera. So obviously I look at Twitch chat the most. I look this way, so I'm looking into the camera. There's my OBS, I can see what's going on, and then my Twitch chat, and then StarCraft on this monitor. And then I run YouTube chat on this monitor with the admin account. So the StarCraft 2 in the window there is my admin account. And then this behind this is WardiBot. This is the bot that does all the things in Twitch chat. And then that's YouTube over there in the bottom left. And that's how that's what my setup looks like, so yeah, I kind of go over here for YouTube and over here for Twitch because I like this setup too much. I don't want another thing on this screen, so YouTube has to go over here. But I tend to look both sides a fair amount. So yeah. I have 3 monitors. I have 3 monitors. I have 2 PCs. So this monitor is actually just a separate computer. From way back in the day, like, I don't know if this is actually common, but like way back when, like, I've always had 2 computers, pretty much, apart from when I went to like university. But my dad was very into computers and stuff, so I've always had like 2 computers. So to me, because back in the day you didn't have 2 screens on one computer as well, so I would have 2 screens because it was 2 computers. So yeah, this is a separate computer, which is very nice because if I have to look stuff up, like sometimes like a lot of my stuff's logged in over here, so sometimes I have to tab out over here anyway. But if I want to look up on a Ligilac, I can do that over here, and it doesn't drop the frame rate of StarCraft because I'm tapping out of StarCraft, you know? So yeah, we just need to make better content here on YouTube to get more views. Yeah. But Twitch chat's just more active naturally, right? Like, Twitch chat's been much more community based. To be fair, YouTube chat nowadays is pretty active. The few people who are in YouTube a lot are there a lot. Yeah, I look over here a lot as well because I'm always checking, especially when I'm doing qualifiers. I'm always checking. Even when I don't need to, I'm always checking to see if anyone's messaged my second account, right? And be like, hey, someone didn't show up, or I've got no idea what's going on. So yeah. Yeah, cool. So yeah, I look over there a lot just because YouTube and stuff's over there and so on. So, but I do. I mean, honestly, like, when you say splitting my attention, I don't really, because I just kind of do this natural, like, look at Twitch chat, anything interesting, look at YouTube, nothing interesting, back to the game, you know? Like, I kind of just in this rhythm a lot anyway. Alright, let's kick this off. As in the bottom left-hand side, our red Zerg player is going to be Spirit. And a Blue Terror player is going to be Hero. I didn't even realize they were off racing until just now. I saw a Zerg. I was like, what? Shout out to Spirit and Hero giving us the matchup that we all want for the finals today. I love it. $25 money match. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. Just gotta reply to someone. Alrighty, so Orbital coming through, Rex on the way. Just gonna see the factory coming down as Hero built his barracks over to the side a little bit, so being a little cheeky. He's got a Reaper that's gonna come through and start fighting against a couple of Zerglings here in the early stages. And we look to see a little bit of what's going on. Is this Liquid Hero? No, this is CJ Hero. Liquid Hero doesn't play anymore. This is the other Hero. Oh, ho, ho, 3 drones. Heroes popping off with the Reaper. Yeah, TLDR, this is the CJ Hero. So I was just reading a YouTube chat about people not using Twitch and stuff. But yeah, YouTube, honestly, is a very nice platform that isn't blocked as much as Twitch is, funnily enough. Well, I think that works both ways. Some places don't know what Twitch is, but some places are so accepting of YouTube, they just let YouTube through anyway, apparently. So, like, that affects a lot of people. Yeah, it's very interesting. Honestly, I'm so happy nowadays that YouTube does well. Like, YouTube is almost always at, like, 1/3 of our Twitch viewership, which is actually very impressive. If you think we've been streaming on Twitch for, like, 15 years, and I've been streaming on YouTube for, like, not even 1 year straight right now. Like, we started streaming on YouTube full-time, absolutely everything, and, like, it was actually, it must have been, like, I want to say it was, like, a year-ish ago, I guess. About a year ago, we started streaming everything on YouTube, but that wasn't the case originally. Originally, we only streamed, like, once or twice a week, like, the better, what I would call, like, the better streams were on YouTube. So, like, the better tournaments were on YouTube, because I was like, I don't want to clog up my YouTube with live streams every day. Which obviously is kind of, like, a bit silly looking back at it. So, yeah, when was it? Because I got the better internet, like, early last year, I guess. The little grenade is nice, gonna bop the queens around. 6 months, 7 months ago. Eight months ago. Yeah, maybe it's been about a year we've been doing everything. Oh, no, here we go. Yeah, 9 months ago we started streaming just everything on the YouTube. Which is pretty sick when you think about it. Like, it's been like a year and now we get like genuine, like very consistently like a good amount of viewership on YouTube. Like, it's great, honestly. Like, YouTube really does a lot to help the viewership kind of numbers and helps the YouTube channel as well. YouTube really kind of relies on the live streams nowadays as well, which is funny. So, yeah, clog you up. Yeah, I mean, nowadays, like I say, nowadays my YouTube's more based on the live streams than it is, like, my VOD uploads, so it's more powerful in that regard anyway. So, yeah. Twitch is a tiny platform in terms of streaming. I mean, it depends what you talk about, right? Like, in terms of gaming, it's freaking huge because, you know, even YouTube is not really super well designed for a lot of gaming streams, to be honest, so... I mean, you can say Twitch is tiny, but I mean, it's just all relative to what we're talking about in the first place, right? Little Hellion repair coming through on the Healing Shrine. Spirit supply block this game early on. An Overlord of 3 drones and a Ling, it's been very dominant by Hero in terms of applying pressure and everything early on. Hellions, Marines, the Raven gathering up. Looking around, just gonna be seeing the Hellions poking about. A couple of Crypt Jammers going down. Let's come back to the right side again. Lings and Queens just continue to gather. We just have ourselves a couple of medevacs loading up. Those Marines are going to be loaded and ready to go. 15 Banes will morph. Infestation Pit on the way. The Hellions are going to fight against a few Zerglings as well. Oh, the Zerglings actually going to catch 2 of the Hellions in the back. The auto turret going down. Queens will continue to step forward, and that auto turret will drop down dead. So clean that up. 1-1 upgrades to the combat shield coming online as we speak. As the Banes in the main base will get a little bit of a crash in. Melee upgrades continue to build here from Spirit. Here has that slight supply lead, which feels good for a Terran player. What's fun about these sort of scenarios is that I think Terrans will usually dominate. When players play off-race, usually Terran off-race dominates at this sort of period. But Zerg is actually very difficult to beat, because a lot of the Terran off-races are very uncomfortable using ghosts. And so if the Zerg can, like, survive to get lurkers out, it can actually become very, very difficult for the Terran off-race guys to do much about that. So you see this real amplification of, like, the importance of ending the game early, almost. Obviously, in this case, we're looking at this, and you see Heroes just adding on 8 racks. He's just going to go, and never stop. Spirit is just going to go into a hive, and he's not really looking for lurkers. He's actually just looking to play Lingbane. Viper, probably Ultra Cavern as well. SCV is going to go down as Hero does not do a good job of splitting away from that. These Banelings get demolished, though, as Spirit looks to catch some reinforcements with the counterattack. He's going to lose a base, and honestly should lose more than just that one, as we can continue to push forward. The tanks will step forward with this as well. It's only 2 siege. It's not a lot of splash, and we are on creep here. What can the Raven do? If anything at all, I'd be surprised if Hero finds a chance to spellcast with it, as the Banes do get a crash in. And this is going to be Spirit getting the cleanup, but he lost 19 drones. He lost this base. We auto-turret at the very end of the fight, pretty much. And the ship weapons coming through on the armory, and the rest of the army going across over that right-hand side, going to gather together with everything else as well. So a couple of medevacs will join back to the center. Ultra Cavern coming through. Ling drone coming by as well. Those 2-2 melee upgrades continuing online. A few Marines is going to hit that hatchery. A couple of Zerglings going to be going down as well. Them Banes is going to be morphing right onto this base already. As again, the rest of the Zerglings coming about. The extra Banes come over. 2-2 upgrades will be coming online. The Ultra Cavern building as well. We're just having this army of Hero heading down to the bottom side. So another wave of this. All that damage is adding up. Now we've got Hero dropping in the bottom right. You never used Ghost vs Zerg. Are they really that dominant and easy to use for their money value? They are dominant, and they're not just dominant, they're 100% necessary. When you're playing against like a massive lurkers, etc., like the efficiency Ghost brings is needed. There's not really another way to truly fight those kind of use. Ultras as well, like you can kind of fight Ultras without Ghosts. Liberators kind of fill the role a little bit, but like honestly not really. That was a bad Paling connection from Hero's point of view. So yeah, Ultras and Lurkers in high numbers specifically really get very difficult to utilize or to deal with without Ghosts. But using Ghosts isn't easy, because nowadays all the Terrans basically use Ghosts. They have rapid fire for their snipes, so you must have rapid fire set up. If you try and snipe Lurkers and Ultras and stuff with like just old school clicking, it's actually extremely difficult. Like, I realized this when I tried to play like a year ago or so, and I was like trying to fight Lurk, because I was just like, this is freaking impossible. How do you ever like get enough snipes off to make a difference? And the reality is, it's like you just genuinely can't really click fast enough. So, you know, all the pro Terrans have their ghost snipes on rapid fire. So they just like mouse over the Terran army and just scroll wheel and spam around. And any snipe that locks on is a good snipe, because snipes don't overshoot, right? So you're just basically saying, as long as I'm mousing over the lurkers, I'm going to snipe a bunch of them. So ghosts are definitely not easy to use, but they're extremely valuable. What's rapid fire? Basically, you rebind. It's kind of need to watch a YouTube video almost, but like basically you rebind like left clicking to like, or like the ability usage to like scroll wheel, right? So you basically scroll up and down, and then you're basically clicking faster than you could actually click. So you can just, and people use this for like zealot warpins as well. There's a specific way to set it up in StarCraft 2. I've never used it, so I actually don't know specifically how you do it, but the TLDR is that basically to warp in, for example, when pros players warp in zealots, they just press Z and they just spam their mouse around. They don't click. They just... So, yes, basically TLDR, it's just a way of making clicks a lot faster for things you spam a lot. Yeah, it's a way to click without clicking. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. That's a good way of describing it. You click without clicking. So there's a few different ways of setting it up, I believe. But it's actually one of the controversial things in StarCraft 2. A lot of people are like, what would StarCraft 2 look like if rapid fire wasn't a thing? You know, if we'd actually just banned this a long time ago. Nowadays, you can't really just ban it or say it's not allowed, because a lot of the game is balanced around the idea that at the top level, these guys are rapid firing. It would genuinely change the balance of the game, because certain things are just so much slower or so much less available to do without the rapid fire. So combine it to a button, just hold that down. Yeah, so yeah, literally, it's crazy. It's very good. But yeah, rapid fire is a very useful tool if you're seriously going to keep playing StarCraft and you seriously want to get better. Understanding rapid fire at the very least is very nice to have. I think genuinely learning it is 100% worth it, because it's only going to make life easier for you. These ultras don't have upgrades yet. +3 carapace is moments away, so we're not going to be able to do much with that. See, those Banes are going to try and roll forward. The ultras are going to try and come through. The Banes blow up on nothing at all. Spirit is outnumbered here, and Hero is going to push through for victory. As he's usually a counterattack going to do very well. You can see Hero is still just Marine Marauder massing, right? Like, he has no intention of attacking up or anything. Like I said, it's a very predictable outcome for the off-race game, as Hero takes game 1 of the TVZ. You plan to play 20,000 more games past your current 500-ish? Absolutely learn what rapid fire is. If you're going to play like any serious amount of StarCraft 2 right now, like, to me, I'm a boomer. I play StarCraft for like a few games here and there, like when I want some fun. To me, it's not worth figuring out rapid fire. Like, it probably wouldn't be difficult, but I'm just, the few games I play, it's like, whatever, you know? If I was going to sit down and genuinely be like, you know what, I'm going to prove all the haters wrong and get freaking, I'm going to get freaking, you know, GM here in 2025. If that was my plan, I would first of all sit down and relearn rapid fire and some of my other stuff, you know? So, yes. I'd also probably realistically look into learning Protoss. We're actually going to play PvP now, guys. We went from having TVZ to PvP. His Hero in the bottom left is our red Protoss, and in the top right, our blue Protoss Spirit. Can I explain what rapid fire is? I just did, but TLDR, it's basically you assign a button to clicking. So it depends on what exactly you want to rapid fire. But basically, you instead of clicking, you just hold down a button, and that assigns the click for you. So for example, for ghosts, you rapid fire and you select target on the same key, and so all you have to do to snipe as a ghost, imagine I want to snipe all these probes. All I have to do is hold down my snipe button and the rapid fire key and just go brrrr. I don't have to click on the probes, I just mouse over like this, and because it's just a repeated action that's going stupid, you know, actions per minute level, like, these probes are all going to get sniped because I'm mousing over them, you know? Like I say, the are they race specking? I don't know what they played game 1, but game 2 was a race spec. Game 2 was a race spec. Like I say, Protoss players do this for warpins all the time, where they just hold down the Zealot key and they just go brrr, and instead of just having to click 14 times, you just, that's it, 14 warpins, so much faster. Yeah, corrosive vials as well. Yeah, rapid fire has a lot of uses. They have a lot of uses. What was my peak on ladder? I had a very short stint at 5.4k MMR. There was a little bit of a period where there's like I actually traveled to a couple tournaments, and there was the casters tournament coming up, and I actually had a chance to like sit down and practice for a while, like a month or so. With the caster tournament coming up, and knowing I was going to travel to a couple of things, I got very serious, and I was already kind of decent back then in comparison to now. I was already playing more consistently, so I really hardcore practiced for a little bit. I got 5.4k. That was my peak. Which was not GM back in the day, but it was like close to it. Like, I played some GM guys. One of my biggest offline map wins, I took a map off a GM Protoss at DreamHack Leipzig. Was a very was it Leipzig? It might be a different DreamHack, but I took a map of a GM Protoss that I should never really beat in a very solid macro game as well. Yeah, they were coming out with all the excuses. I didn't have my headphones in. I didn't hear the drop. Blah blah. Yeah. You can say whatever you want. I got the map win, bro. You can have all your excuses. You should have never lost to me. Sound or no sound. It was not GM. No. Back then, 5.4 was not GM. I think 5.6 was GM back then, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was a while ago. This was 2018, I think. Was 2018? I think it was around 2018. Give or take. Yeah, GM was super active back in those days. Well, StarCraft was just super active back in those days. I mean, StarCraft still is very active as a game, but obviously the guys keeping up at the very top level, I think the guys that played at the very top level, for them, it gets very exhausting, right? Like, StarCraft is a very difficult game to stay at that sort of level too, so while a lot of people still play, a lot less people play at the higher up, kind of pushing the GM standings. Simply because, like, A, they either burned out from playing so much in the past, or B, like, they play a little bit, but not a lot, so maintaining that sort of level is tough, you know? Early enough in the season, you can get GM with 4.6. Yeah, that's kind of crazy nowadays. A few years after Legacy of the Void came out, yeah, it was like 3 years into Legacy. Because I went full-time, basically, as Legacy of the Void came out, like, just before Legacy of the Void came out. I went full-time StarCraft. And then, yeah, it was the series of events. I went to, like, Vancouver for the Base Raid TV event. I actually played in that as well and made prize money. I also went to a Barcraft and got 2nd place, which was very fun. Yeah, we had a really good time. This Base Raid event in Vancouver was a lot of fun. Yeah, I got flown out there to, like, cast with Rifkin and ZG and people, and then, and Maynard too. And then, I actually ended up, I was like, can I just play for, like, the first guy play? And Rifkin was like, yeah, go for it, bro. So I played, and I remember I beat Kathy's girl with a 1-base Cyclone Rush on it was a super stupidly small map, and I 1-base Cycloned, and she was roach all-in me, and Cyclones were super busted then against roaches. So she roach all-in into my 1-base Cyclone. It was terrible for her. And I think that got me into the prize money. I played some sick games. I played against this guy called, I think it was called Fry. He was a Protoss player. We played some sick matches. We were like on a grudge match. Yeah, it was very fun. Yeah, so that, and there was a caster invitational then. Yeah, that was definitely when I was very good at StarCraft. Like back then, like 5.4 back then was very good. See, this is why playing now is not fun, because playing now I just know I suck. You know, I can feel I'm slow. I can feel my mechanics are sucking. I learn nothing from my games. I'm like, well, I guess I should have kept making workers, or well, I guess I should have not, you know, banked 1,000 minerals while trying to micro my Reaper around, guys. Like, these were always my weaknesses, so they're the things that come back first when out of practice. Like, who would have guessed? It's like, well, I mean, you know, everyone's shouting at me for not playing the game. I promise you, I don't learn anything playing the game at my level. Have you seen that warp gate is going to go down here? There's been a good fight from Hero as they play Blink versus Blink. Obviously, showing the weakness of having the wall there. That stasis is very nice as well. I mean, this is a main race versus an off race. And that is going to be Hero getting the 2-0 in this BO3. GG's Spirit. GG. You can play other RTS games still besides hardcore PvP ones. I don't enjoy other RTS games. No, the thing about StarCraft is StarCraft was really fun because StarCraft, everything you did in StarCraft was a challenge and you could improve and you could see yourself improving, right? To me, that was the enjoyment of StarCraft. Like, there was a very definitive, like, oh, I felt good doing this, or I felt good doing that. You know? You know, like, I had this same thing. You know, people hate me for this view, but the most familiar thing I had to playing StarCraft in the last few years was playing Fortnite. This is going to sound crazy, because Fortnite, when people were first figuring out all the building stuff in Fortnite, Fortnite was an extremely, I don't know what it's like now, but it was an extremely mechanical game where you could outbuild your opponent, which was basically like macroing, and then beat them in the fight, which was like microing. And you could actually, when playing this, you could feel the difference of game to game improving. Like, I remember the first time I had a proper like tower build fight that I won, and I was like, holy shit, this gave me the same feeling as when I first learned to split Marines against Banelings and win a fight like that, you know? This was the closest comparison I've had to improving at StarCraft was genuinely doing like early Fortnite, like Season 1, Season 2. After that, they made it a lot less about the building mechanical stuff because they added a lot more like jumping around and guns that blast through the structures and stuff. People also got stupid good. It became way more about like super technical building rather than just... But the idea was that it was like, there was like that layer of like building up your mechanics and being able to like mechanically outmatch your opponent while also having to outmatch them in a micro manner as well, you know? Like, there was multiple things going on. Like, that was the closest thing I felt to like my enjoyment of learning StarCraft, which was truly like this case of like, you know, you can learn so much and there's like so much joy in improving and seeing it improve. You can still improve if you play now, yes, but it's not fun because I knew I used to be better than this, and now it's not fun. Improving now isn't fun. Improving now is like, I didn't suck as much this game because the goalposts have changed, right? To me, improving before was always pushing myself further. Improving now is like, I know what I've been able to do, I know what I suck at, and to me that's not fun anymore, you know? Like, to me, the fun parts of the game are parts of the game I don't get to play at because I'm not good enough to get to that point, you know? It's like, you can look at all my games and you can get technical and some of them are fun, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, I should have just spent my money, you know? At the end of the day, I can't look at my replay and be like, well, that was a cool moment, because to me, I look at my replay, I'm like, God, this was disgraceful. Because I've watched too many pro games. Because I've played games which were significantly better than that, right? Like, there's no feel-good in StarCraft 2 for me anymore, because I understand the game to a point where I can't enjoy the level I'm at, you know? So, yeah, I like... This is a really weird concept, and, like, I would kind of say I'm talking crazy if I hadn't experienced it. But, like, having been up here and now being here, if I hardcore played the game for the next 2 months, if I woke up and played 6-7 hours a day, and I just streamed, but I didn't cast anything, I just played, I'd probably get to here. You know? The time investment to get to here is not going to be fulfilling when I still have the experience of playing up there, you know? It's very difficult. So yeah, it's tough. You guys, look, I can show you guys what it looks like. Look, let's do a Wardy game to end the stream, okay? I can show you guys how miserable it looks. Because it ain't pretty, I can tell you that much. The thing as well is nowadays, I don't know the ins and outs of the builds, because I don't find learning build orders, ins and outs, super exciting. You can probably tell this in my casting, so I don't sit there and just figure out the exact meaning. So I use builds from like 8 years ago, you know. So yeah, my builds are outdated. My micro is bad. My macro may as well not exist.
That'll cost more minerals than we have. We don't have enough minerals.
You guys ready for the TVZ special? I have one build in this matchup. It's the 2-on-1 Hellbats. Probably not very good on ley lines, but such is life.
We'll need more supply depots for that.
Playing StarCraft's a fun experience. Wow, this was enjoyable. Got flamed in the first game I've played in a month. It's so funny.
That's gonna require more gas.
I can't even shit talk him back because I'm probably gonna lose, you know, like. I want to see his gases. Okay.
Command center has been upgraded. Need more minerals for that. That'll cost more minerals than we have. Add-on complete. Add-on is up and running. Command center has been upgraded. Energy's too low. We don't have enough minerals. Our supply is insufficient.
Supply blocked. Stop.
Can't build there. Additional supply minerals required. Our supply is insufficient. That'll cost more minerals than we have. we don't have enough minerals. We're done with the research.
It's not good for me. Most importantly, you get the easy in before he leaves the game, after he flames you a second time to confirm that he's an idiot. Yeah. Easy. Just like that. Actually easy. 3.4k, guys. Apparently that's Master Leagues. Is that really Master League? I have the MMR of a Diamond player. I have the MMR of a Diamond player, but they put me in Master League because it feels bad for me, guys. See? Maybe. Ay. What's even funnier is he actually had a blind cat. Like, he built roach. How do you die to this build when you build roaches? How do you die to this build when you build roaches? It's meant to be like a hard counter. Yeah, people are terrible, man. Like, see, like, all I can do is feel like I don't feel good about winning this game because I look at this, I'm like, that was bad from him, you know? It's like, this is the level I'm at. I'm like beating someone that built the hard counter to me, and I just A-clicked them. Like, ugh. Where Wardy BM? Yo, it's not BM if they BM me first. Okay, it's not BM if they BM me first, right? It's retribution, I think is what we call it. That went much better than the last time I, That went much better than the last time I played a ladder game, guys. Last time I played a ladder game, I played a TVT and I died at like 5 minutes. I didn't even have a chance to play, man. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Single question mark when the opponent makes a mistake. Yeah, that's a classic as well. That is a classic. It's cool to watch me play. Yeah, but I don't feel good about it. I just feel anxious because I'm like, I feel like I should never lose at this level, and then I lose and I just feel bad. Like, my mental state playing StarCraft is not a good thing, so... Play a game here, play a game there. Keep it very unserious, and... that's pretty much all I do. Show you the score screen? Alright, I closed it already. You want to see my stats? Hang on. My stats? I out APM'd this guy by 12. Oh no, I out APM'd him by 50. Look at me go. Look at me go. Solid 2 base commitment, 45 SCVs. It's pretty darn good. Pretty much spot on, really. 9 ads, you missed the whole game? Okay, look, we can do some VOD, we can do some VOD review. We can do some replay analysis here. I can take you guys through step by step the process of this guy losing. So his first mistake was he queued into me, because clearly I'm a beast. And then he decided to PM me, which obviously meant I could not possibly ever lose this game from a mental point of view. I actually did a great job of doing my build, by the way. Like, I got supply blocked here. I didn't build my wall in time, so that was a supply block. But other than that, it was pretty smooth, no? Like, my build was actually pretty much on point. Like, I did the build order correctly. My gas was at the right time. I pulled out of gas at the right time. I didn't saturate this right away because I was messing around with some Zerglings. For some reason, he's only got 21 drones right now, which does not feel correct. I'm ahead of him on workers. See, like, already at this, we're 2.5 minutes, or we're 3 minutes in the game, and I can already tell that my opponent didn't play the game correctly, right? Like, this is what I look at, I'm just like, oh. My build was spot on. I started stim at the right time, I got my starport going. Reaper's keeping an eye on things. I didn't know if he was building roaches or not, so I didn't really have that info, but that wasn't super important because I'm doing the same thing no matter what. Yeah, just the supply block really sucked. I started the depot a little ahead of time, but I could have started sooner. I float a bit of minerals, but that's because I'm waiting to start the Hellions as well, so this build does float minerals until you get the Hellions going. Supply block really slowed the Hellions down. That was actually pretty brutal, because even actually when this depot finished, I not called down a depot. I did that a bit later. Yeah, my Hellions were very delayed, so I only had 4 Hellions when I pushed, when I should have really had like 6. First medevac makes me... This is one of my favorite tricks, by the way. This medevac makes it look like I'm 2-1-1-ing, but I'm so bad I forgot the second medevac, so they're just like, oh, yeah, what an idiot. It really works this MMR, because everyone just assumes you're bad. He's actually supply blocked off this as well, which obviously I didn't know at the time, but that's a pretty big deal. He should always target the medevac here too. So, this is just nice. I get a queen. I don't want to fuck around. I want to make sure I'm macroing, so I just don't bother doing anything else. Get the rest of my army to come across the map, rally everything else over. We build a third base behind this. My gas is resaturated. Yep. But yeah, the build is clean, honestly. The build is clean. And he just has no... He doesn't know I'm about to attack him. So he has no creep out over this side. Like, he doesn't see me. So his first realization that he's getting attacked is like... Okay, he sees it now. But he doesn't okay, he actually does click towards me. He doesn't realize how badly... He does realize how badly he's going to lose because he runs the hell away. He knows he needs his queens here. But then he pulls his queens back, so he's not even in range to transfuse. This is when my money stacks up. I do go home and build a third base, so, you know, I had something behind this for sure. Yeah, he's just dead. No medevac targeting with the queens. Dude's in trouble. Dude's in trouble. Look at me macroing back at home. Look at me with units. Basically, I just need to swap the starport onto the factory, build a tech lab, add engineering bays, add barracks. That's my next step of the game. Saturate this gas. Obviously, I did a lot of damage here. Like, this needs to do damage because I cut workers for it. I don't have a third CC early. The good thing is that typically, obviously, if this doesn't do a lot, I can then use these medevacs to try and drop or so, and then my reinforcements can run into the third potentially too. So yeah. But there you go. That's all that happened. Missed it in the ads. The dude got easied. Easied hard. Anyways. Yeah, guys, so we're going to have another qualifier tomorrow for Summer Championship. Let's have a look at this. By the way, you remember I was talking about Wikipedia adding the making the page for the WardiTV event so we could look at it. We've got the championships page. I was looking at this. They just sent me it earlier. I thought this was really freaking cool. These are all of the championship level WardiTV events that we've had. So basically like our summer, spring, like this basically the monthly championships basically, or the regional, the seasonal championships. There we go. That we do. I thought this was really freaking cool. So this goes all the way back to like 2018. This is exactly what I wanted. I wanted to be able to look back and be like, oh yeah, this guy won that one, or that guy won this one. And we have our end of year championships down here as well. Yeah. Anyway, look at this. Only 4 zeros and 4 ones in our end of year championships. Crazy. Crazy. We'll be adding one more of these this year. We skipped 2024, but we'll have a 2025. Can a Terran get their first WardiTV championship? I love this part as well, by the way. In championship events, Cure has the most wins. Look at that. 3 golds. Solar has 2. Clem 2. Rainor 2. Zest 2. Dark 1. Bjorn with 3 second places. Bjorn in a winter championship, a summer championship, and then a summer championship again. Man, Bjorn is yeah, I love this. I think these stats are really freaking cool. Yeah, I think these stats are really freaking cool. You have a whole page you can see all the summer championships that I ran in autumn. Okay, let's fact check. Okay, this this summer championship ended in October. This summer championship also ended in October. The reason is we keep starting in September, man. It's because everything gets in the way. Spring championship ended in summer. Winter championship ended borderline spring. Yep. Spring championship ended in spring. This one's good. Summer championship ended in September. September's still summer. When does summer end? When does summer end? End of September's summer. Okay, so this is still summer. We got better. Okay, the winter championship in March until April is definitely a thing. What happened in the winter championship 2022? Bro, what happened? It started in March? Oh, we had regionals. I think this event got delayed. Because I'm pretty sure the regionals were much... No, the regionals were in March as well. Okay, I'm just chatting shit. Yeah, I'm just chatting shit. Never mind. Yeah, I've got no idea what's going on. It's funny. Oh, I closed it. But yeah, I thought that was very cool. I'm very excited. I'm gonna use this page all the time in our tournaments in the future. I love this stuff. I love the stats. I love being able to tell the story. I'm sure Kyo doesn't know he's the most winning WardiTV championship player of all time, but I know and I care, okay? You know? That's what really matters to me. I know and I care. What I was going to show you guys, actually, is I was going to show you guys the players already for the Summer Championship, and just show you guys who's qualified so far, because obviously we missed a qualifier yesterday as well. So let me bring this up. So, in the championship, so far we had 3 qualifiers. We had a lot of Protoss qualifiers so far. We already had 8 Protoss, 3 Terrans, and a Zerg. I do have a couple of Zergs that have reached out and said they can't play qualifiers and they would like an invite maybe, so we will get some Zergs playing at least. But yeah, 8 Protoss so far. We'll see what happens in qualifier 4 tomorrow. I'm happy that 2 Terrans qualified today though. That's nice. I just feel bad for the Protoss players. Some Protoss players are reaching out to me as well, like, hey, I can't play the qualifiers. I'm like, unfortunately, you're Protoss, and all the Protoss players qualify. So, what do you want me to do about that? You know, like, yeah. But yeah, there'll be some invites as well. So, very exciting stuff. So yeah, Summit Championship well on the way. So like I can say, final qualifier will be tomorrow. And, yeah, should be a bunch of fun. The StarCraft 2 schedule is getting kind of crazy, by the way, because this tournament starts soon, the French tournament, the Youth Thermal tournament starts soon as well. Like, it's going to get busy, and in September it's going to be super busy. I'm meant to be running a, oh, what's this? In 15 minutes, Clem and Rainor are going to play a best-of-7 reverse race. Oh. You guys want to watch a Clem Rainor best-of-7 reverse race? I think we can cast that. What server do you reckon these guys are playing on? Where's Rainor? Does anyone know where Rainor is? Is he in Korea? Absolutely. I don't know if I can stay for the whole thing, but let me, Let me see. Alright guys, I'm gonna be a moment. Let me see if I can cast this. Go wait. Isn't Wikipedia so cool that you can just be like on Wikipedia and be like, wait, Clem and Rainor are about to play each other? That's crazy. Apparently Mario and Hero are going to play a reverse race best of 7 tomorrow too. I love it. We just watched some of Heroes Terror and looked banging, no? Yeah, I'm not sure if I can cast, guys, because I don't know if I need to take Ellie out. I didn't plan this, you know? I didn't plan this. I might need to take Ellie out, so... Um... Hmm. Bum 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 bum. Is something else coming up? Yeah, there's a Rainor Clem reverse race. I think I can cast it, but I also need to get my deck ready to go play Pokemon. So let me go and find some Pokemon cards as well to look through while we get set up. I think we can cast a little bit of it. I might have to go after a game or two, but like I'll host Rainor or something. Like if we can cast, we'll just cast a little bit. Why not? Sound good to you guys? Yeah. Oh. Guys, the Chinese organizers said we can only stream it if 3 people use their Prime sub before I come back to the PC, okay? Look, I don't make these rules. This is definitely what they said. Brackets, I didn't actually contact them for legal reasons. I did not actually read this at all. I'm just trying to bait people into subbing. Give me 2 seconds, baby. Hello. Will I play Stormgate? Probably not. Don't really have much interest in Stormgate, to be honest. Just thinking if there's anything I wanted to do before we did, before I cast a best of 7. I'm tempted to not cast the best of 7. We're in a party now, though. We're doing it. It's committed. We're sending it. Full send time. Full send time. All right. Full send time. All right. We're gonna cast some Rainor Clem, guys. I just need to make sure I've got enough cards in my Pokemon deck because it's Pokemon night tonight. So don't mind me. I'm just counting so that when I finish streaming, I'm ready to go out the house. Beautiful. Beautiful. Stormgate's bad. I don't even know if it's good or bad or anything anymore. Just, I don't have any interest anymore. They let us on for too long. Too much of it wasn't good for too long. I say thank you to Kasansky for the 1,000 bits, by the way. I feel like I saw this and then completely ignored it. Gavbat, thank you for the 313 sub on the Prime as well. If that's what they said, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much what they said. You remember me crying when they showed the trailer? Yeah. Because I was genuinely very excited. Like, all the things they were saying was very exciting. Like, all the things they were putting out into the world were what I wanted to hear. Like, we'd had a lot. Like, I was just excited for them. I was excited for them. I was excited for us. I thought it was genuinely, like, freaking cool. Like, that's how much belief I had in it. Like, I was very emotional that I got announced. It's like, this is so freaking cool. So, yeah. I mean, doesn't mean things are always going to turn out the way you think they will. I really thought Stormgate was going to be something great, and unfortunately it's just, it's flopped a few different places. That said, I mean, maybe their release right now is good. I don't have the interest in keeping up with it, and I'm not into, like, the campaign and stuff. For me, the 1v1 has to be good, and I just don't have the energy to keep up with all the changes and stuff they made. They got us involved way too soon. Like, they got us excited about it way too early on. They were getting us excited and talking about it and this and that and everything. Yeah, I saw it just wasn't the thing. So it's not really worth me kind of, trying to stay in touch with it or anything, you know? Alright, Rainor versus Clem. Best of 7 reverse waves. Yeah. I don't really know what to do about YouTube. Do I make a new YouTube title? Do I make a new YouTube stream page for this best of 7? Didn't they get... Look, they got a lot of people to do a lot of things. The problem was Stormgate dreamed of being like right up here. And that's all well and good. But you actually have to build from down here. And it feels like what they did was they built from, like, here. I don't know why I'm doing like this, but, like, they built from here. Like, they got to here, building-wise, and then they basically try to jump to here, and then build the rest of the way. Like, they missed this part, you know? They missed fleshing out a lot of the game. They missed fleshing out a lot of the units. They missed figuring out what to actually focus on. So, yeah, it was a little rough. What's up, Scream Waffles? Yeah, thank you so much for the 23-month resub on the Prime. You never get telling bots to repair Hedgehog and just pushing it around instead of repairing it, really? Alright. Clem Rainor, gonna play some reverse race. Alright, Rainor Clem, reverse race, best of 7, let's do it. Let's commit. Let's send it. Guys, if I can't cast the whole of this thing, I'm sorry, I'm just, I might have to go walk Ellie and stuff, but, we'll see how it goes. This is like 2 hours long. There may be some minor problems. Alright, we're going to Tokamak. Let's get this underway as we start off in the top right corner of the map for this best of 7 with the blue Terran player. This is Rainor. You have a feeling they're going to cheese a bunch? Yeah? I think there'll be a couple of macro games between these guys, to be honest. I think that's not too crazy of a concept. Bottom left, the red Zerg player. This is, again, full reverse race series. They're going to play opposite races the whole way through. In the bottom left, we've got Clem for game 1 of this best of 7. Rainor strikes you as a proxy Rax enjoyer. Yeah, does he? Wow. Some that's borderline BM, no? Wow. That's accusationary. Let's to say the least, okay? That's accusationary to say the least. Oof. Oof. Alright, a couple of extractors gonna get on the go. As we'll see what the heck this series has in store for us. I don't really know what to expect between these two. Like I say, I was getting ready to end my stream. I was literally just on Wikipedia, and all of a sudden I saw and noticed. I was like, whoa, Clem Rainor? And then I was like, reverse race? Okay. We can come and cast this, so a little bit of extra StarCraft, because why the heck not? And yeah, let's hope it's a good one, as we do have a hatch, gas, and pool all coming through early. Just going to see that command center coming about as well for a couple of moments here in these early stages. And we'll see what the plan is and where we're going to go to. As Rainor's going to pause. Wow, this guy. So yes, this is going to be reverse race, best of 7. Clem says no worries. What if it's a problem for me though, Clem? You know, what if it's a problem for me? Did we think about that? Did we think about that? I don't think he did.
Game resumed.
Alright, we're good though. We're back, just like that. Ready to party. Couple queens on the way through. Obviously nothing too crazy just yet, as we take a couple of moments early and we get set up and see where things are going to go to. See what is going to happen. Just going to be having that Reaper starting to dance around early as well. It's just going for a little bit of party action in the early stages. And we just have our command centers coming up. So Rainor going to play the triple command center here. Clem build into that link speed, and we'll see what the plan is going to be in the near future as we got this going. This is a show match. Yeah, this is a best of 7 show match. I believe it's $200, $150 for the winner, $50 for the loser. But yeah, just a little $200 show match put on by Saber from the Chinese community. They're getting ready to run a regular cup series again, so that's very exciting. I'm genuinely very intrigued to see how that goes and to see what is going to come of it. So yeah, very much so looking forward to that. As we get up and rolling. And like I say, look a little chance to see what's up and what's happening in these next few moments. We've seen a couple Hellions and the Reaper going to make their way out down that bottom side, so Rainor wants to try and find an opening here. Banshee the Hellion on the way up, lair building on the side of Clem, so he's just going to go straight into that lair. Not too unsurprising either, obviously give you some tech options in this game, so it's just going to be Lings and Queens for the moment from Clem. As obviously that lair comes up, the Banshee, the Hellions, and the Marine coming through as well. What's actually kind of fun between Rainor and Clem playing their reverse race here, which reverse race just meaning that they're playing the main race of their opponent, is obviously these two are now both known as, you know, being kind of off-race players as well. Clem's obviously made a big name for himself playing Protoss over the last year or so. Rainor also played a lot of good Protoss. You know, he took that map off Serral on that Radusset Station in Home Story Cup. So, you know, like, Rainor's played some very good off-racing as well. But their off-races that they prioritized were Protoss. So that means their reverse races are both of these guys' weaker off-race as well, which I think is obviously very cool and very funky. We're just going to be seeing the couple of queens going to get bopped around for a moment or so there. And we will see where we are going to go for the next few moments, as we just have the factories on the way up, a couple of Hellions coming by, and yeah, a little check to see what's going on for the foreseeable future here as the Evolution Shimmers continue to come along now for the moment. The bracket command's wrong. Yeah, I can put something up. Give me a second. The FPS will drop for a moment or two. 'Cause I did find this on Wikipedia. Hang on. There you go. Let me just do that for the YouTube channel as well, guys. Give me a sec. Give me a second. A surprise Rainor Clan best of 7. Isn't that fun? Just out of nowhere. Sorry guys, the FPS will be low for a second. Rainor's playing mech, by the way. He did tell me he was going to play he did tell me he was going to play he did tell me he was going to play some Cyclones, so not surprised to see him playing some mech. He's been very vocal about obviously the Cyclone bug and they're not quite working as they should be and so on, so not too surprising to see him out here and doing his thing to try and get them back on track, you know, really showing that these Cyclones are OP. There's Clem trying to push back these Hellions right now. He is going to start going into Roaches, missile upgrades coming up. Roach roaring about to finish, so it looks like Clem is probably... Honestly, if you're Clem in this series, I think you just play Roach openings pretty much every game. If you can play Roach openings every game, I think you'll be pretty happy. As the command center steps through, Engineering Bay coming down, the factory building, command center still building, Infernal Pre-Igniter cloaking on the way. As what are we getting the cloaking for? Sorry, is that for the Banshees? Okay, so we are going to get Banshees in the end, it seems. This is interesting because usually we kind of open more so with the Banshees. That wasn't really the case here, but we are adding some Banshees on. And there's a couple that are already out onto the map, so that's one thing we can keep an eye on. Because that Zergling is going to get taken down as well. The Cyclone's still there. Hitting the Overseer. More Ravagers just going to come morphing in. +1 missiles, +1 carapace. Roach speed halfway done. The Burrow upgrade coming up. An Infestation Pit coming about as our Cyclone tries to get the Overlord there. Unable to for the moment. You can see these Banshees trying to get some damage on as well. Cyclone, the Hellion trying to fight back. Hellion popping out. Zergling's going down. That is going to be a good cleanup on that ramp right now. Let's just see the Infernal Pre-Igniter still building up. It's a lot of units from Clem. I mean, as Roach Speed and +1 finishes, you almost think is there some possibility to maybe go for a big attack You know, if you can just push across with everything and just go, then that's great. But the Banshees, I think, are a scary part of it. And Clem's already teching into Burrow and Infestation Pit. So he is looking towards a future of his own. So Clem's looking for a little bit of a different approach, basically, right now. As the Burrow continues to go, go, go. The Cyclones are building up. The Hellions on the way. We just have ourselves the Queen's going to pull back around this bottom right side as the couple Banshees set further up to the top as well. Cyclone gets a little lock on. The Roach is going to take some damage. Banshee, Cyclone picking those Roaches off. Damage being done. The SCVs are going down. We have the Cyclones continuing to come through here. And they will just about get ourselves a couple more Roaches right at the end. So they will also go down as the single Hellion just gets a little bit of poking damage being done for the moment. A little bit extra coming through. And the Cyclones coming forward. A couple of lock-ons onto some Queens and so on. So progress there. That armory building up. We are going to see the Hellions pulling back. Cyclones get fungled, so they're going to take some damage as well. So just continue to pull away here for a couple moments. You are going to be seeing the Roaches, the Ravagers, and Festa trying to chase. Obviously, fungals are a big part of this army because you're going to fungal those Terran units. That's going to be what allows you to close the distance a lot of the time and really make kind of, you know, different things come about and happen. Again, the Hellions and the Cyclones make their way out down to the south. Just going to see a couple drones going down. A couple of lava getting picked away at. And the Spire coming through. The Hydra's coming up. And Festus as well. Just having the 2-2 coming online as well. Just see those creep teamers continue to come up. Hyperflight Rotors on the way in. And the +1 vehicle weapons building as well. We have ourselves an army looking to still press forwards. Look-a-Den is coming through too, or was coming through, just cancelled it, so goes into a Nidus. Look-a-Den not going to come online for the moment. Oh, I like this run by actually. Roaches and Ling's going to close distance on the siege tanks pretty quickly. Imagine going to turn this into a bit of a surround. So the tank line going down means you don't have a lot of the DPS you're looking for. Banshees fungled. Are we just going to chain fungal them? Do we have enough damage if we chain fungal these Banshees? There are a couple of Hydras showing up, and honestly, more than anything, it keeps the Banshees from chasing the Roach Ravager down, which has gotten rid of a lot of that mech army. Now SCVs begin to drop as Clem with the fight to take, honestly, a pretty serious advantage. He's building Ling Hydra behind this. Spire coming up as well. Not sure if he's necessarily going to need the Spire. A lot of these Roaches at the very tail end are beginning to drop. Might be worth burrowing a couple more. Okay, preemptive scan is nice, but there's a few Roaches already left burrowed in the back. The only issue for Clem, obviously, at the tail end of this is he loses a lot in the last few moments. All the Lings that were made are nice, but they're going to be even better if you can actually truly get them involved. I'm just worried about all the Hellions on the way up and whether those Lings are going to have a good time. Forces one more scan. Good job by Clem with the Roaches. As we do see Clem going to come across the map with another wave. It is scary, though, because as I just read in Twitch chat, yeah, Rainor is the one up 15 workers right now, and that is a concern in the long term here for Clem, because obviously what he's doing is fine. He took a good fight there. But with a worse economy, this mech army rebuilds quicker than you expect it to a lot of the time. That Plandry is not going to go down either. However, the units at the right side playing defense, the right side base is in trouble instead. Man, Rainor barely has money as well. This orbital is going to go down, no doubt. These Hydras obviously can shoot it as it flies up into the sky as well. Do we have any answer to Blue Flame right now? I guess Hellions are just going to get their gap closed on them very quickly. But like Hydras and Lings are obviously going to get blasted by Blue Flame Hellions, so that does feel a little bit tough. 27 SCVs going down. Rainor is just spamming SCVs, man. Like, you see 27 workers killed on the left. You look at the worker count, 87 for Rainor. And I do think that's an issue for Clem. Like, if he was doing all of this off of 80 workers, like, those 10 extra drones can make such a difference. Now, instead, Clem is going to be adding some Vipers on. You're going to see +3 Carapace coming up. The melee upgrade is going to be done very soon. A few siege tanks building as well, as you just have the orbital command going to land on the left-hand side. The Cyclones are going to put their work in, and that Nidus network is, I think, pretty easily denied. The few Lings that pop out are just going to be sacrificed pretty much. And a couple more shots as the Lings and the Hydras pull back toward the center. Great Spire building. Like I said, could really just do a seeing Clem, I think, add that additional 5 to 10 workers still. Like, he's never going to have a huge bank if he's trading the way that he's trading on this sort of economy. That's just what it's going to come down to at the end of the day. You see the couple of shots coming about. The Queen taking some damage as well. Aspire coming up as well, about halfway done currently. It's going to be seeing this base getting jumped on. The Queen's going to be there to fight as well. Cyclones continuing for some lock-ons right now. The Infestor's still trying to get set up as well. Rainor at 97 SCVs. We're going to start abducting some tanks forward. We should be able to get rid of those fairly easily, but we still get a Hydra kill at least. Obviously, those abducts are meant to provide efficiency for Clem. Maybe even Blinding Clouds as well. Ooh, Clem might take this fight. He needs the... Where are the Vipers at? They're so far back. They didn't come through initially. But it really did with the Blinding Cloud on this clump of tanks so much sooner. Clem's losing a lot of supply. As the Blinding Clouds continue, we do see the Vipers taking shots. Some of them will go down. It's a messy fight for Clem. Now, Clem's not rebuilt yet, so he is going to have the money to get back into the supply lead. He's deciding what to build. It's 23 more Hydras, so going for more of the same pretty much. Manson lifts off. Going to try and go over to that right-hand side instead. Clem going to consider his approach in these next few moments. Again, a couple of Vipers, 23 Hydras, all coming through. Gonna see those rocks gonna get jumped on by the Hydralists, so they're gonna take that chance to knock on through this, open up this space. +1 flare attack is still coming on into play. We got the 2-2 upgrades coming through, the vehicle weapons and plating coming about. Abduct, and a siege tank goes down. The Cyclone's still stepping forward. Planetary Fortress is stuck in a Blinding Cloud. The Hellions are going to get ferocious on the other side. We're going to use a burrow to try and escape from that, but good counter damage from Rainor. As Clem will lose a decent chunk of economy there. 19 drones going down. Remember, when his economy is not the greatest in the first place, that's even more meaningful. Abduct on that siege tank would be huge. The Viper, Blinding Clouds it instead in the end. Don't hate it because it still has some value otherwise. Fairly similar effect where you're just trying to get forward and basically create a pathway where you can fight into this army. Clem going for it once more. Abducts this next siege tank through. This time there wasn't anything else down there, so it made more sense to abduct than to Blinding Cloud. The Hellions on the other side of the map getting cleaned up. And again, 29 SCVs dead because Clem deals so much damage. It's coming at a very high cost because it's going to cost him most of his units. And of course, Rainor had such a ridiculous worker count in the first place. He's still at 80 workers in this game. Actually got a bit of a banger of a game here for game number 1, as it's been a chaotic affair. I tell you what, Clem losing some workers has initiated the redrone, and he's going to actually go to 87 workers now. So he's actually going to add on to the economy. Rainor's economy gets reset a little bit, but I actually don't know if I hate it for Rainor either. I mean, you could argue that Rainor maybe had more workers than he needed. You know, it seems crazy, but honestly, 100 workers is not the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen from a meching Terran, to be honest, so... Zergling is trying to get on top of the Hellions. A couple of them will go down. The Roaches will chase those Hellions as well. Hydras on that right top side going to intercept those Hellions too. The Roach is going to step up. The Hellions going down. We have got the extra Hydras and Festa coming about as well. Hellions going to drop. And we do have the extra Hydras coming in. Adrenal Glands is going to begin. Spine Crawler halfway done. The rest of this army still gathering together as Rainor settles in on the top side of the map. The Cyclone's going to start locking on. Hellions can do flaming down a bunch of the Zerglings. The Infestor finds a fungal growth on a few of those units as well. One more fungal out over that left-hand side. The Cyclones are still coming back through. Abducts on some of the Cyclones. Again, value being found from those Vipers. Who are the units lost in this game? 3 Vipers, 3 Infestors. So we've seen Clem be pretty good at keeping his spellcasters alive. That's very important. Caster Curse! That could not be more Caster Cursed if I tried. From 3 Vipers dead to 6. Literally doubled the moment I brought it up. I mean, he was... he was consumed in a bad place, but like, it was kind of unfortunate timing. The units are going to crash in here. I think Rainor doesn't have enough to keep on surviving, guys. I honestly think he actually did need more, like 90 workers or so. with how crazy this game was and how these trades were going. Clem is cleaning up right now, and for the first time, it feels like Clem's actually going to have army left over, but he actually loses on the left. I was not expecting. I thought he was going to do fine on the left-hand side, honestly. A couple of these Hydras continue to trade. Cyclones building, Siege Tank coming through, additional Hellions coming up. We've got Ling, Hydra, and Festa coming online from Clem as well. All of that continue to come into play for the moment. I mean, Clem just rebuilds. Now he's up on 80 workers. That little bit of boosted economy. He's also got bases for days. Rainor's not really shut down bases. When Rainor has harassed in this game, it's been about killing the workers, right? He's killed 26. He actually really only had that one Hellion run by that was successful. Otherwise, it's been Clem that's killing workers. Clem hasn't lost a hatchery all game long, so there's been no opportunity for the battle mech to really take control of the map and to, dominate the map, basically, is what it, frequently does. Drop the Ling Hydra, going to run through, and we're going to start getting a bit of a surround here on some of these Cyclones, so they begin to drop. The Hydras keep chasing forwards. Siege Tank's in trouble. And Ducks are not looking good. I think it's fair to say that this army is getting absolutely swept under the rug. Again, like, I feel like, to be fair, I felt a couple of times like Rainor is absolutely losing these fights, and then he just hangs on, but this one does seem to be a moment too far. GG. That was a very fun opening game between these two, to be honest. Alright, guys, we got a fun little series on our hands then. We've got a fun little series on our hands. I like it. I like it. Alright guys, just take a moment. As game number 2, so the map order here will be the map order here will be Ultralove, Incorporeal, Pylon, Leylines, Last Fantasy, Magnatha, or yeah, Last Fantasy and then Magnatha. They were having some fun in the veto process, so maybe there'll be more to it than that, but pretty fun starting point. What's up, Chili McBilly? Thank you so much for the 10-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for subbing up as we get ready for game 2 in a couple of moments. You got a bit confused when you saw Clem and Rainor playing opposite race before you read the title. Understandable. I too was honestly, this is such a weird sequence of events. We finished our qualifier. I yapped on a little bit. I talked to Twitch chat, which made me play a ladder game. And then I was going to show you guys something on Wikipedia, and we accidentally saw that this match was happening. And now we're casting a freaking cool best of 7. Isn't it funny how days go? GLA Jeff, players are ready. These guys both set themselves into their main race. Reverse here tomorrow. Yeah, it's a little bit early for me though, unfortunately. I've got some stuff to do in the morning. But, yeah, another cool match. A Maru Hero, best of 7. Maybe we could do it. Oh no, I've got to go out in the evening. It's just an awkward time, sadly. I'm in charge of taking Ellie out tomorrow too, so I really have... Unless I took Ellie out early. I think it's too early though. Alright, let's go into game number 2 of this series. As in the bottom left-hand side, the blue Terran player Cyclones were not his answer. It is Rainor in the bottom left-hand side as he takes on the upper right red Zerg player, Team Liquid's Clem. Game 2. As we look to see what will happen here. Get this ready to go. Soul Man, thanks so much for the 9-month resub on the Prime. thank you so much for supporting. Hope you're doing great. Thank you for the love. As we get ourselves into the second game here. See what's going on. Catching the gas, the pool coming up as well. Thank you for hosting, no worries. Like I said, I wasn't even going to cast this. I just randomly saw it in Wikipedia just before we went offline, and here we are, so... bonus StarCraft for us. Some bonus StarCraft. Honestly, great game one as well. I'm excited to see what the rest of the series brings. Wonder if Rainor is going to just keep playing the mech, or if he's going to try and maybe do some other things as well, perhaps. Be interesting to see the way in which this plays out, I suppose. Bonus games are great. Yeah, I do not disagree. Bonus games are very nice. I am a fan, believe it or not. I also like it when we get additional StarCraft. Crazy, I know. Crazy. Did Rainor do the Cyclone cheese? It wasn't really a cheese. It was just a mech build. It wasn't really a cheese at all. It was pretty standard opening. Lots of Hellions head into the Cyclones. It's kind of interesting. He added the Banshees on a little later, but didn't really like hard commit through to the Banshees or anything. So that's kind of intriguing. CC's coming up. Factory on the way. Take a few moments here. Let's have ourselves the Reaper going to take a couple of shots of damage, so a few hits coming through. What's up, Ice of 9? How you doing as well, mate? Thank you so much for the 83-month resub. Are Cyclones seen as OP right now, or is there a good counter? It's kind of an interesting one. I think they're seen as better than they're meant to be more than anything. I think they are counterable. But I do think they're better than they're meant to be as well, which is... maybe the bigger issue is that they can just get a lot done early. And if you get that momentum going for yourself early, the game developing later on is then going to be very favorable to the Terran as well, and to the Cyclones there too. So that might be kind of more of the problem than anything else, to be honest. So yeah, maybe it's a little bit more that than anything else we've got going on. As you just have the Lings coming through, Link speed is building, the Banshee and the Hellions coming about, Cloaking on the way, Orbital on the way. Main issue is that it doesn't match the description. Yeah. That was just easy to use them to counter, that too, yeah. I think the Cyclone's just not in a good place right now. I mean, I think at the end of the day as well, like, I think an interesting question would be, if you made the Cyclone how it's described right now, are Cyclones then a good unit, or are they just a dead unit? In which case, is the way in which they currently work actually okay, or is that then OP? In general, the Cyclone's just a bit of a problem unit right now in general. Like, there's so many different ways in which you can point it out as being like an issue and so on. Rainor's gonna mech it up again, by the way. Factory already coming through. As soon as I gain popularity out of nowhere. I think people were very aware that going into EWC we were very likely going to see a lot of the Cyclone stuff. The thing is with the Cyclone stuff as well is that you don't need to like play it, right? Like the Cyclone builds kind of explain themselves a lot of the times. It's not like you have to be super on top of playing Cyclones day in and day out to then be able to crack it out as well, I think is the issue, so... Don't remember a time when Cyclones were in a good place. I actually thought the previous Cyclone was good, no? I actually thought the previous Cyclone was in a really cool place where it had some niche defensive uses. Like, it had its use in some certain openers. It did not, it was not a core part of the army. And that was kind of fine, no? Like, it wasn't like it never got used. Was it used every game? No. Did it never get used? No. I think it was a fine unit. Like, did it have to be a unit that then got made every single game? Like, to me, I don't think so. That was my problem with them changing the Cyclone. Is that I don't see why the Cyclone had to be something that became usable in every single game, you know? I think that was always going to be a little bit problematic. Double armory coming online as the Infernal Pre-Igniter. Siege Tank Hellions continue to come through for the moment. I don't remember being used at all. It was just like, it was used defensively in TVP, for example. You know, in TVT as well, it had some builds that you used the Cyclone for. Don't get me wrong, it's not like you built the Cyclone as like, this is it, this is my core unit going, but like, it had its use as like an early game defensive slash harassing unit still. I really feel like it was kind of fine there, but it was not meant to be, apparently. Yeah, as we said, Rainor's playing mech, the armories are coming online, the factories keep on building. We do see 1-1 missile upgrades and carapace coming online. The roach speed is not far from finished, so Clem again is onto those roaches. Last game he obviously played the roaches initially, then moved more into the hydras and lings after. Interested to see if he does the same again, or if he has an adjustment to his composition, or maybe it's based on the composition he sees from his opponent as well. That's also a real possibility, so a couple of things to potentially think on. As our overload goes down, missile and carapace upgrades coming about, burrow coming through. Roach speed finishing, and the infestation pit continues to come online as well. I'm attempting to run by, but that gets denied. I kind of like the game being a little bit more stable for Rainor right now. Last game it felt like it got kind of chaotic kind of quickly, and it was kind of good for Clem as well, because obviously he was on a lower work count than maybe he should have been, so the chaos actually helped him to trade and make that lower work count not really get abused as much as it maybe could have been. Definitely pretty interesting across the board, to be honest. Roaches come running across the map and SCV going down. And yeah, Clem just looking for some openings, perhaps. Roach is moving over. Again, the 1-1 melee upgrades building from Clem, so he's going to be melee focused. He adds in a Swarm Horse. I'm not sure if that's accidental right now. Accidental Swarm Horse, always a fun thing. We saw some players playing kind of a Roachy army into like later Swarm Horse. Rogue was doing this a little bit against Mech a while ago. It's kind of a different, you know, an interesting approach to kind of playing against that that mech army. First Goblins coming in, melee, carapace coming up as well. We do see some of those units coming around the other side. Fungal coming down. Banshee gets fungaled as well. It's going to see the Hellions continue to come through. Clem is getting good map control. Once again, I'm a little worried that Rainor is not super active early with this army, I guess. You know, it feels like the creep spread is good from Clem. That already feels like a very big positive. Right from the get-go, as you just see the Cyclone stepping forward. Just a couple of Hydras coming through and getting blasted as well. Queen's on the left side getting blasted also. Add on a couple Vipers. You see the Hydras back around the bottom. I love these little counterattacks from Clem, though. It's causing chaos against an army that kind of wants to fight you pretty straight up. And running into the natural like this is getting you so much value. Like, some of these units just going down that you wouldn't usually be able to catch. It's really nice. Some of those Cyclones are low. Does not get the kill on all of them, though, which is a shame. I think Clem getting a little bit ahead of himself, perhaps on the multitasking, because he's a little bit all over. And actually now, because Rainor started to settle down and got some tank siege, running in all over was not doing you any favors at all. Cyclone's tanks continue to get set up. It's going to be seeing obviously Clem trying to find a defense now. Finds the blending clouds onto the siege tanks. Hydras on the left are doing some work. Hellions are mostly gone, so the Hydras don't take as much bonus damage anymore. Starts to get a wraparound on the Cyclones on this right side. There's one tank far left just off screen right now that was doing a lot of shooting throughout this as the units came up from that left-hand side. Clem lives, but again, he's playing against a strong eco-Terran player, and this time, Clem is not dealing damage to that economy throughout. Rainor going to keep up the pressure, continues to push through. Again, Clem just trying to use any spellcast he can to gain an advantage. Again, trying to collapse it on this. It's an all good position because as he gets through this choke, he then gets to those bridges, and those bridges are kind of one of the bigger problems at that stage. Cyclone's locking him again. Hydra's going to step back through. Cyclone's taking some big damage. And now we're losing drones as well. I think Clem is running out of steam here. I think Rainor is getting the better end of this one. Looking to tie this series up 1-1 in the best of 7. Yeah, Clem is looking worse for wear. Tank gets jumped on. Infest on the right side doesn't really do much. Clem trying to find a defense, but he's just losing supply. He's also losing ground as Rainor gets sieged up further and further towards him. Clem is just going to take blasts on that army more and more repeatedly, and that's just going to be more and more of an issue as the Cyclones just find a little extra. I mean, the tanks just getting further and further forward is a major issue that they're just not really beating. You can see that unit's melting right now. Clem is going to say GG. He does not have what he needs to hang on in there, and Rainor ties it up 1-1. It'll be a quick moment, guys, and I'll come back as we get ready for game 3 here in a sec. Stay tuned. I'm just gonna leave this on the camera. I'll be. Game 3. Sorry for the... Oh, didn't go in game. There we go. Try that again. Game 3. Thank you for the slight patience while it's BRB a second. Is this live? I'll replay this live. Yeah, we accidentally found this series on Wikipedia. About to happen when we were about to turn the stream off, so... Yeah. An accidental Rainor Clem reverse race best of 7 for us today. I'm all about it, personally. All about it. So, match coming up. And get set to go. Overlord coming down the bottom side. Reaper just gonna head across the map, obviously getting reset to the early stages. Getting going early. Seeing what's gonna happen. Keep coming through. CC coming up, factory on the way in. Let's just have ourselves a few circles. Going to be stepping across. So a little bit of harassment early on. That Marine going to take some damage. The SCV has to pull away. 2 lings into the main as well. Going to go after the SCV on the factory. Reaper has to pull all the way back here, but this has actually turned into a bit of a disaster. The Marine dies. The SCV in the main base dies. Second SCV going to die as well. Clem is finding value. The Reaper stopped short as well, and that SCV on the low ground just survives. But Rainor, with a disastrous opener, gets thrown off completely in these early stages. SCV's down to the low ground. CC continuing to set up for the moment. Back into the middle of the map. Orbital Command going to be finishing up here. A couple Marines coming through. Starport on the way. Let's have ourselves the setup continuing. Very unlucky for that Reaper to not see the Lings and then everything to delve into Chaos. Like I say, great start for Clem. He's going to build that Roach Roaring again. See what he does with it. He's actually going no Link Speed this game as well, so he's just going to go straight to the Roaches in comparison to what we saw before. So a little bit different here. From Clem to what we've seen him doing in the previous games as well. Isn't Terran Reyno's best alt race? No, I think Protoss is. He played Protoss much more consistently than... Because he played a lot of PvZ specifically for a while. Kind of similar to how Clem plays PvT instead of the Mirror. Rainor played PvZ instead of the Mirror for a while. So I think Rainor was always playing Terran as his second off race. But Rainor was actually just very good with both of his off races. So, to be honest, Clem is as well right now too, so... You're talking about these guys being tip-top shape. Like, these guys could enter the, yeah. These guys could enter tournaments with their off races and genuinely be, you know, competitors, right? Like, and go very far, so... Yeah. Just seeing the extra, engineering base coming online, barracks coming up, Banshee in the cloak going through. So Rainor going to play Bio this game. Clem just goes into Carapace instead of the missiles, which is interesting as well. That does give him an upgrade that's going to benefit Lings if he turns this into Ling Bane eventually. So that does become an option here. The depot coming down, command center going to come landing onto the third location as well. Just going to try and set that up. Depot coming through. Banshee's going to get rid of the drones. Going to be able to grab that as well, which is nice. As you just see, the Queen is still having a go at that Banshee. So the Banshee taking some damage right there. Some shots coming through, and the few Roaches going to split across over that right side instead. We do have the Queen still on the way. And once again, the Banshee will take a couple more shots of damage. More upgrades coming through as well, so again, just a little bit of getting settled here. It's a lot of units from Clem. I like it, honestly. Like, I feel like just, you know, he's set up to play the Roaches. He's obviously going to be playing an aggressive game compared to before, and I really feel like there's some opportunity now. This Banshee is going to be one of the things that can obviously see a little bit of what's up, as there's a couple of Queens coming from that right side too. The Queens are going to take a long time to get here. The Roach Ravager going to try and throw some vials up in the sky. Yep, Banshee sits in between all three of those battles. Only that one Banshee, and the Queens are stepping forward. One tank on the high ground. Clem's going to start taking the fight on the right side. I mean, this is nice. As that one tank is not really in range of the third base. Bunker not ready at all either. So Rainor, he's trying to dive into this. I do not like that at all. Diving straight in with the Marines. The thing's just a little bit... I think in this scenario, you just back away from your third base. Because you're going to need your tanks to be involved to some extent, no? Use your SCVs and fight at a later point. Now we're going to step up this ramp. Rainor is actually going to have a better chance of defending now. Oh my god. It's a massacre. As Clem does not have the Ravager Biles to get rid of those, yeah, he doesn't have the Ravager Biles to get rid of those tanks quickly at all, so he just ends up straight in trouble there. What was a really good start to this for Clem is now a little bit more concerning than we had previously, for sure. It's going to see that Roach Ravager still stepping down and getting set up for the moment as the Order Command going to lift up into the sky. A couple of Corrosive Biles will drop through as well. Coming about, just going to be seeing the Corrosive Bile coming down once more, just seeing our extra couple of shots building in. We're just going to see Clem. I mean, honestly, as Clem continues to fight now, I'm a little bit worried for him. He's going into Ling speed. He's looking for a follow-up Infestation Pit, going to come up as well. CV added as we do see the 2-2 upgrades, Concussive Shells, +1 vehicle weapons coming up as well. Just bringing a little bit of all this online. Again, the Bailing Nest is coming up, the Hive pulling through. Rainor's going to step up with this Bioforce into the center. One Ravager going down. Going to be seeing the Medivacs continue to gather right there as we see the Hive building. The Ling's coming through, Ling speed about to finish, like I say. So the follow-up from Clem looking good. Honestly, he did so well if he just didn't try and run up that ramp, right? Running up that ramp is the one thing he should not have... is not what he was... You just don't do that and you're in such a good position. But that's what, you know, mistakes are made sometimes. Well, that was a pretty serious one as the couple of Corrosive Biles come down again. Medivacs push back. Bio regathers, pushing up once more. Army continuing out for the moment. Zerglin's trying to get in after those SCVs. A few of those Lings going down. I mean, run by is nice. Rainor taking some damage. It's going to open the door for Clem to get in position more than anything else. He's running down, or he was about to run down the ramp into that low ground, but there's a couple of tanks that are still left forward, so that's very nice. There's another Ling run by ready. The moment Clem recognizes that Rainor is out of position again, or more over to this right side, or moving out at all, those Lings are ready to strike. And again, just ready to cause some chaos. Rainor finishing his 2-2. Yep, that's the Lings from Clem, as he just runs straight into this. Fungal growth at the front. I mean, Clem has everything all of a sudden, man. Like, he's going to have Bane speed very shortly. He's got the Fungals available. He's having an Ultra Cavern building. Rainor's in some serious trouble. Clem just needs to kind of sit back, maybe trade lightly to open some supply, ready for the Ultras to pop through. Punch in the front, taking some damage. Here comes the Ling Roach Ravager. Fungal growth's going down on this army. The couple of Infestors right in the back. Corrosive Bile going to be good to knock that Siege Tank down. Another Fungal growth catching a bunch of the bio. Continue to try and step through for the moment as the Lings gather up. Roaches getting absolutely blasted. We're going to continue to chase on through. Corrosive Bile's looking for some tanks if at all possible. Clem actually, honestly, losing a lot here. Doesn't have a ton of money immediately ready to rebuild, but he will start building Ultras. The only issue I do have is that Ultras in low numbers feel very counterable still with the army that Rainor has. A bit of bio going to step up. Another run by. Ling's on the right side. This game's chaotic, and so run bys like this are just so easy to pull off, and they're catching the Terran who's just constantly kind of a step behind, right? It's so hard to reset yourself when you're a step behind like this as the Terran, and that's the issue that Rainor's finding. It's like, you know, dealing with run-bys, if you're on top of it from the start, brilliant. But when they keep on coming, you didn't deal with the first one well, you don't deal with the next one well, it just becomes more and more of an issue. tank shots delivering. Some Zerglings going down. Damage done. A bit of bio will gather up. The units joining up on the high ground there. And Marines, Marauders coming online. +3 attack upgrade coming through. The Ultras in production as well. Things are going to slip by into the natural. Going to be able to go after some SCVs once again. That's going to be very nice. Going to be able to get a few of those. So some files. Was that the Ultra that got biled? Not even sure. The Infestors are full of energy. If they could find the Fungal in that bio, that would be huge. The Ultras actually stepped back as the Fungal came in, but Fungal's chaining onto the Medivacs would not be bad either. Rainor is overrun. The early game was a bit too weak for him in the end, and Clem takes the 2-1 lead, retaking the lead of this series because he won game 1, lost out in game 2. And now we're ready up for game 4. As Clem, like I say, steps back up, a 2-1 advantage for him at the moment. Clem needs a 3-minute break. Wow, Clem, I just ran a 1-minute ad. This guy taking advantage of me, huh? Why is Clem Zerg and Rainor Terran? Because they're playing a reverse race show match. Is Clem the best off-race Zerg and Rainor the best off-race Terran? It's hard to say. Probably very much so up there, though. Surprised you don't get tripped up and call them the opposite. I'm actually not finding it too bad, actually. I think it would have been tougher if game 1 and 2 were normal races, for example, then they reverse raced for game 3, but because they were like the same race the entire time, I don't think it's so bad. It's a little bit easier to keep track of, you know. At some point, Lambo had ridiculously good off races. Yeah, but I mean to be fair, like Rainor and Clem have ridiculous off races. So I'm not sure if Lambos were ever as good as Rainor's and Clem's are right now, honestly. Cast to Hell. Yeah, honestly, there's been worse situations, to be honest. A Protoss, Clem, and Terran Rainor would be hella fun. I actually don't think that'd be very competitive. I think Rainor would die. Clem's had a little bit too much practice at Protoss. You know? He's had a little bit too much practice. Dude's had a little bit too much of a good time there already. I might have the best PVT. He might. Your Rainor PvP would be fun. Guys, most matches between top players would be fun. Let's just put it out there, you know. Most of these guys would be fun to watch at the top level. Let's just be realistic. Bum 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 ba-da-dum ba-da-dum. Clem is back now. Rainor's BRB. Alright, we are just getting back. Like I said, just waiting for Rainor to come back as well. Does Clem practice PvZ much? I mean, he ladders as Protoss, so... Yeah, I played a single 1v1 ladder game today. For the next month, when people ask, everyone on stream's gonna be like, I watched Wardy ladder the other day. It's great. You play one game. You know, positive side effects from here on out. Kind of cool. There's no Zergs laddering. Yeah, I guess that's kind of true as well. Watch it on YouTube. I played a single game. It was like 7 minutes long. It was not very entertaining, to be honest. But it was kind of entertaining because the guy BM'd me and he got smashed. I even got the easy in before he left the game. Did I enjoy it? Yeah, because I got to type easy. But that was the only reason why. That's the only reason why. Bam 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 bam. What's Clem's highest Protoss MMO? No? Look at me in my MMR range, there are a ton of Zergs. Yeah. Nice. Type easy at the start of every game? Well, I didn't type it at the start, I typed it at the end. I said GLHF, he flamed me. And then, as I was winning, he flamed me again, and I typed easy before he left. That was the best part, like getting the easy in. Knowing I can type easy faster than he can F10N is a great moment, you know? Pylon for map number 4, guys, as Clem leads this 2-1. And we are going to get this going. Clem says he's ready, but he's not even in the player slot yet, and he'll need to set his race, so... I'm going to swap to Zerg, and we're going to be good. Game number 4 coming up. Clem 2, Rainor 1 right now in this reverse race best of 7 show match. It really sucks we don't get more Maru and Serral games. It'd be so great if they played in the weeklies. Maru Serral is only exciting because they don't play very often, though. Like, that's the whole reason Maru Serral is exciting in the first place. And honestly, them not playing much in the first place is the only reason that matchup is still hyped, because Serral consistently just smashes Maru around. Like, I'm a Maru lover, but like, it's just not a good matchup for Maru. It's barely ever competitive. It's just always Serral. You know, like there's been one time I think Maru run. But like, generally, Serral just kind of beats him up, man. This might be one of the most overhyped matchups of all time in StarCraft. For good reason, originally, but obviously nowadays, maybe not so much. Kind of sad in a way. Yeah, it's kind of sad, but so be it. Clem Serral's a fun match, not Maru Serral. Yeah, I think that's a fairly pretty fair statement. Rainor Maru is always hype. Yeah, Rainor Maru is pretty fun too. It's just Serral's playstyle really matches up very well against Maru's playstyle is the problem, right? Like, it's not that Maru can't play towards the same level of Serral. It's that the way Maru plays is naturally disadvantaged against the way that Serral plays. Maru plays very well and plays very, like, good, solid macro games, which don't overly rely on being everywhere, running the Zerg into the ground. They much more rely on keeping you in a good position and winning the war of attrition. right? Like, Maru has sick micro. Maru can make some sick moves. But his general game plan is not to, like, it's not like Beyond style, I'm going to out-micro you everywhere, or Clem style, same idea. It's got a much broader stroke to the game plan, and I think Serral's game plan is very well accustomed to dealing with exactly that. Like, and Serral is so good at that kind of style, and Zerg is kind of generally good at, like, what Maru does is probably not the best sort of way to play TVZ, but Maru is so good he makes it work anyway. The problem is that when you play against Serral, who's really the master of that kind of aspect of Zerg, like I say, then you're just doubling down on how difficult it is, right? So then Maru basically has to play off-style or play extremely significantly better than Serral to win. Which obviously, you know, then the odds are stacked against you, right? It's very cool that players can obviously play a race in such a stylistic way that you can have matchups like that. It's just a shame that two of the GOATs match up in such a way that one of them is so heavily favored so often. I think it's weird though, because it's like no one else forces... It's weird for Maru because no one else really forces Maru to have to change the way he plays like Serral would. And so how much time investment do you make as Maru to try and figure out how to beat Serral versus... You know what I mean? Like, is it worth... Because you might not even run into Serral in the bracket, right? You know? So is it really worth him figuring out exactly all the new, unique kind of ways he's going to learn and play and figure out to such a high enough level he could beat Serral? Versus maybe just, like, prep other stuff and let's hope, like, Serral does... you know, maybe Serral dies to someone else? I don't say that's a great strategy. Obviously, he wants to beat Serral, right? But, like, there's only a realistic amount you can prep and try and, you know, deal with that sort of stuff, right? So... Depot... I actually think it was about to go down. At the top level, are there any Terrans beating the classic style TVP? Alright, I think PvT is a very interesting discussion right now in general. I think there is definitely an inherent problem in PvT where there's too much survivability for Protoss. It's the thing is Protoss used to play very differently, and over the years it's changed and changed and changed. And you know, Protoss used to be this race that had these big, awesome units or very expensive units that did very good things, Storm, Colossus, etc. But to get there, they would have to give up the rest of their army. Now Protoss can expand super quick, they can be safe while doing so, Storms keep them very safe, they can have a great army while having a great economy, while having a massive amount of gateway units that are also very good right now. Protoss is a genuine problem for Terrans at the moment. It's kind of difficult. I don't know what you do to fix it, but I think it's very apparent that, like, there's too many scenarios, I think, where Protoss come out advantaged over a Terran player. It's just what it comes down to. Like, I mean, we've seen countless times recently where I feel like the Terran is stupid far ahead. I'm not saying Protoss shouldn't be able to make comebacks, but when a Terran is very far ahead, I feel like it's still more likely the Protoss wins than the Terran closes it out, right? So yeah, it's difficult. I mean, you want to talk about Clem Classic specifically from EWC. I don't think that's, you know, necessarily a specific series you have to look at. Classic played extremely well in that series. I don't want to take anything away from Classic. He played extremely well and really kind of took away a lot of the options Clem would usually play toward. He was so good multitasking his defense and everything. I actually wouldn't say Clem Classic was a big offender of what I'm talking about. I actually think Clem Classic was a very fair representation of TVP. But there's been a lot of other matchups. Like there was a Bjorn Zaun game where I really felt as though, to me, like when Bjorn attacked Zaun in the position he was in, like Zaun should never hold this attack, and he just got absolutely demolished. You know, like to me this doesn't look like it makes sense, and that's kind of part of my bias as well, perhaps. But I feel like I see that happening way more often in PvT than in other matchups a lot of the time. I think a good game from Rainor, who gets himself a few drones here with this attack. Hellbats went down, but the Marine's still alive in the medevacs. Extra barracks coming through as Rainor preps for the 8-rack stage of this game here on Pylon. Looking to tie the series 2-2 if you could win this game. And yes, as well, to be fair, Bjorn has this happen to him a lot. But there's more games. I'm just thinking of Bjorn Zhang because I really felt like it was very true in that Bjorn Zhang game where the thing is for Bjorn Zhang as well. Okay, we're going very off topic here. Seeing how much Rainor's going to do for a second before I go. Yeah, it's such a good defense from Clem if you can get on top of the Liberate and stuff. Very quickly, to kind of finalize my point, is that in the Bjorn Zhang game I was talking about, Bjorn was very ahead, and he knew for a fact, like, the problem is like, if you don't pressure, the Protoss can just build a bunch of High Templar, and then your timing window of being ahead is gone anyway. So you have to go, but if you go too hard, you step into one too many storms because you're so desperate to make sure they don't get too many storms. Like it feels like there's no right decision almost. Because if Bjorn went home and macroed that game, I actually think I would have been flaming him. But he attacked, and he didn't do the best job of avoiding storms either. But there's also, surely there's only so many storms you can avoid too, I feel like is the problem that I keep seeing. Because I see Terrans that avoid a bunch of storms, and then they step into the one storm, and that's all it takes for the pros to restabilize, right? But Bjorn does have a lot of games like this, but it happens in a lot of TVP in general. But I don't know what that breaking point necessarily is. And there's still a lot of very fair TVP. It's not always the case. So, yeah. It's a very interesting matchup at the moment. This is going to be some Lings backing away up the left-hand side. Marine tank pulling over to the far left, getting ready to push up for the next few moments. 2-2 upgrades coming into play. And get back on track on this TVZ. Was it on Pylon or Torches? I can't remember which map it was off the top of my head. Rainor has had some better trades in this game and setting up aggressively on this left side base. Clem doesn't actually need to defend this, I don't think. He's got a base on the far top right side, but he is going to get a wraparound, so if there was ever a time for Clem to fight, this might just be it. Bane's trying to get a target fired down. The Siege Tank does a great job of getting rid of a lot of the Banes. The Marines will evacuate in the end. Great defense by Clem. Rainor's 2-2 finished as this fight was ending as well, which is obviously unfortunate also. Team Marines pulling back over the left side. Medivacs joined together. Siege Tank joining up as well. Continue to come over to the far left currently as the units gather themselves. Ultra Cavern on the way through. Hatchery, Ling, Bane coming up as well. Marines looking to step through again. A couple of Queens gathering. A couple of Banes getting picked off also. Just going to see the Hatchery taking some damage. The Viper's coming through. The Ultra Cavern about to finish. The extra Ling's coming up as well. Why isn't Rainor playing Protoss? Because this isn't pick your off race. This is reverse race. You play the main race of your opponent. That's specifically what this matchup is advertised as. Or what this show match is advertised as. Reverse race is actually a very cool concept because it means that you benefit. You have to play all races, right? It doesn't just benefit like person who has one good off race. That's kind of cool. Green's going to be pressing up. Oh, we're very caught together right now. I'm scared a little bit. These Banelings are just way too late to the party. He did not parasitic bomb the Medivacs. That felt like an obvious moment to parasitic bomb. Those Medivacs were super clumped together, no? Really felt like that was a chance. Clem's doing a great job surviving, guys. I actually really like what he's been able to do here because I felt like this was, you know, a very tricksy position. I felt like Rainor had put himself in some very good places. I'm going to see a command center coming down now on that right-hand side. Wouldn't mind setting up. Marine trying to step on through. Just going to see the Lings and the Banes trying to come across as well. Parasitic bombs going into those Medivacs. We're going to split up a little bit. The Ling Bane still trying to dive on forward. Chasing through again. Clem looking for a fight to play cleanup. I love that he's got the Medivacs parasitic bombed as well. He's getting a bunch of those kills. Queen's following up. And he is just, I mean, when you've got Ling Bane left over and still chasing through, it feels very good as long as you don't overcommit through. But honestly, this doesn't really seem like that situation. Banes need to blow up those mines, and they do. The mines do not fire. This mine is going to fire on the last few units. It doesn't matter too much. A couple of ultras are there already. And Clem is looking good to potentially take a 3-1 lead in this best of 7. A little bit more bio gathering back up. We're going to not go for the final push just yet. But honestly, there's 2 more ultras pop. I don't know what Clem would really wait for. Maybe a morph of Banelings? I think he can go. Like, this is a bit of a SimCity Terran player. I actually think this is a good time to go. You've just won a fight, and I think Clem knows he can go right now. Rainor scan top right as well. He sees that base is up and online. That's not a good sign for him. Widowmines do burrow, scares Clem off for the moment, but Clem's also waiting for the Banelings. No infestors or fungals here. Would have been lovely to see as these Widowmines going to go off towards the Terran army, honestly. A little bit of friendly fire there for sure. Clem does lose some supply with the Overlord, so he's a little bit supply blocked, but I don't know if he's ever going to have to really fully max out again anyway. One Widowmine at the front does some work trying to hold on. Depot raises, but these ultras are going to go chomping through the production that's over on this right side base. And Parasitic Bomb and the Medivacs as well to keep them pressured. This does feel as though Clem is en route to a 3-1 advantage in this best of 7. There's just no good answer to the ultras. Liberators are building. Libs with range especially are very good in this scenario. Clem's seen these Liberators, should probably think about a Spire if he doesn't already have one. Yep, Spire goes down immediately because Corruptor's just become a very obvious follow-up at this stage. Clem probably runs his army in one more time anyway because he'll have to free some supply up to make Corruptors on the next follow-up of this anyway. And there's a chance he just wins by running in one more time. Getting rid of the production here is really nice. He's going to wrap around this planetary, and SCVs are going to try and repair, but it would be nice to get one Ultra to the bottom side just so they can chomp through the SCVs quickly. SCVs pull away though. 10 workers go down. Obviously the base goes down. That's replaceable. As Rainor steps back. Clem just needs the spy. He needs the Corruptors. And once the Corruptors are here, they're going to put in absolute work. As Parasitic Bomb's going to get 3 of the Medivacs. I was going to say that one's kind of flying through trouble. And without healing available as well, like honestly, Ultras just continuing to find these fights is also fine. I mean, this is kind of a messy one. You're running through the choke. Trying to chase these Marines down. We stim, and that's going to bring those units low. Rainor might just be looking at GG because that's a lot of units lost. There it is. Clem takes the 3-1 lead in the best of 7. All right, guys. Just going to run a couple minutes of ads. Clear those out of the way. We get ready for another map. It's been honestly a really good series. Been a really, really good series. Very, very fun. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum. Alright, just waiting for next game to get hosted up, guys. Map 5 will be on... Well, the one they saw, yeah. Map 5 will be on Ley Lines. I just think I didn't want to go back in because that game was obviously getting interesting, but I did want to just touch on the TVP concept once more. I think the problem that I see is that there should always be a way, if you're ahead, to continue to be ahead, if that makes sense, right? So I think my problem is right now when a Terran is ahead, attacking feels like a mistake. Because if you attack and storms go off, you can lose your army lead, right? So Protoss is still good defensively, and that would be fine if you could say to the Terran, well, great, just expand, build up more. But that is not a way for a Terran to get ahead in TVP anymore, right? And I think that's the issue. Like, the matchup kind of has no good way for a leading player to capitalize on the lead from the Terran perspective. Whereas from the Protoss perspective, the Protoss wins an army fight. It's very rare the Protoss can't attack across the map and do serious damage, right? Or, if they don't want to do that, sit back and expand 3 times and then have endless economy to throw Zealots away. I think that's kind of the issue, is that it feels like there's no good way. Like, and sometimes, you know, those decisions of like, oh, I can attack here, it doesn't work and the game evens out, right? Like, that's good and that's meant to happen sometimes. Right now, it feels like there's no good choice to really make when you're ahead as the Terran, I think is the problem. So yeah, it's difficult, but I think that's what makes it a little bit unfun for me to watch, because from my point of view as a caster, I feel like the players are making good decisions from the years I've spent watching StarCraft. But to me, the good decisions are putting them in bad places. I'm like, that doesn't feel fun to me, you know? So yeah, it's a very interesting and complex issue. It's not just Storm's OP, blah blah blah. Like, you know, I think there's actually a lot of complexity to it, which is kind of nice to see. Game 5, Rainor has tried to play the bio a little bit now. Has not really been working for him. Even this last game was actually looking pretty good for Rainor. I think it's time for him to head back to mech. And Leylines is a pretty good battle mech map as well, so maybe it's time to turn it around here. Get set and get rolling. Recall allows pros to be out of position as much as they want. That's not really true. Recall is a recall. The thing is, recall solves more of a problem than it creates, because without recall, Protoss never really were able to attack onto the map. Because Protoss gets really badly punished for being out of position. Like, they do not have the mobility of the other races. If you take recall away, I think Protoss struggles a lot. Because recall does a lot of good for Protoss and Protoss matchups. And you can play around recall because recall has a cooldown, you know? So if you know recall is on cooldown, you know you have A, safety, where the Protoss player either should not be moving out, so you can be greedy. You know, you can do things based around the recall cooldown. Recall is a very good skill, but I actually think it's a very well-balanced skill that you can play around a lot as well. And if they have to recall, then suddenly you can see you can play around the fact that it's on cooldown as well. So that's the one thing I disagree with. I actually think recall is pretty good for the game, I think, overall. It's a little bit of a band-aidy solution, but I think it's fine. Like I said, I think recall adds complexity on both sides still. It's not just like a, oh fuck, save me button. You know? Because the Protoss wouldn't be playing in the way that they play if recall wasn't there. So they play with that tool in mind, right? Protoss is super mobile, it's a myth. I mean, early game, yes. Perhaps, but like... I mean, I guess in modern day, yes, Protoss is very mobile. I guess maybe the modern day would be interesting to see without recall a little bit, because I'm kind of basing this off when they added recall, and recall then really was a good addition. They are more mobile than they used to be because they're... But the thing is, the more mobile their army is, the worse their army is as well, in a way. So... maybe that's an interesting one. It's funny because over time, a lot of the buffs to the game has been to speed this up a little bit or speed that up a little bit, right? So the game in general, units have just gotten faster over time. At the same time, right, you know, talking about recall like that, you could say about a lot of things, right? Like, you know, nowadays, like, you know, nowadays you could argue creep is so good so much of the time, like, maybe we should nerf creep in some way because Berserk's got so good at using it as well, right? You could say that Terrans, Terrans have way more ways to scout because their units are more mobile than they ever were. They have medevac boosts to scout with. They have Reapers frequently to scout with, So maybe they don't need scans as much, or scans should be more expensive. Yeah, it's fun. Balancing StarCraft's freaking difficult, man. This game's so complicated. If nothing else, even when you feel like the game is a bit imbalanced, you have to appreciate how well balanced it is still overall. From like if you take a step back, you've still got to appreciate that it's still freaking balanced, considering how different everything is, Anyways, good job, chat. You've not gone crazy while discussing balance today. I'm impressed, genuinely. As the Marines are going to get rid of this Overseer. Clem hits a low supply block. Only just now fresh Overlord starting, so a little bit of a problem there as the Infestation Pit finishes for him. He's playing the Roaches. Once again, it's going to be Bio out of Rainor. The Roach Speed about to finish. The Carapace upgrade done soon. Link Speed being added on as well. A few of those Ravagers are going to be morphing in. Nice Hellions to get rid of all three of those group tumors. It's nice. I see one more creep tumor going down. The 2-2 upgrades coming about. The melee upgrade building on the other side. Tanks should have access to stim. Yes, I agree. You would have thought after like 15 years, the Terrans would have, found some better technology so that units like just do things better, It's been 15 years and you're telling me siege tanks still siege up at the same rate and they still do the same damage? Like, we didn't find anything better to put in the attack cannon of a siege tank? Crazy. Roaches are going to show themselves to deflect the Hellions. Over the left-hand side. Why not Hellions with stims? Because that doesn't seem as atrocious as siege tanks with stim. That doesn't seem as ridiculous of a suggestion to crank out. Rain's coming through. Hellbat's going to morph in. Just going to see this medevac force overhead doing some healing as we get out toward the center. Army of Rainor stepping forward. So Rainor going to step out onto the map. And, Clem has been pretty just left alone, though. And this is the problem if the Terran just leaves the Zerg alone. Clem is hitting the Ultra Cavern. He's getting upgrades. He's got good creep spread. Clem is in a very considerably just solid position. And the craziest thing is I don't think he's in a rush to do much right now. Like, he can just let Rainor step forward, wait for him to maybe step a bit too far forward, and then pull the trigger. Ideally, Clem just waits for Ultras, because Ultras are not something that Rainor's prepped to deal with at all just yet. I think we're obviously going to have some fights without Ultras, though. There are going to be some Vipers available here, so they could Blinding Cloud or do something about the Siege Tanks. First Viper dies, though. Marines just get a target fire down on that, and Clem doesn't have Bane Speed yet either, so I think he's actually a little afraid of actually fighting this army. I thought he was going to be okay because of the Vipers, but the Vipers have not even been included just yet, and this actually might be an issue for Clem. Blinding Cloud goes down right far back. Another Viper dies. Don't even know what killed that Viper, just Marines target firing. Oh my god, Rainor is just crushing as Clem was not as ready for this as I thought he was going to be. He was actually like 20 seconds away from truly being ready, and I actually think the bigger issue is he maybe fought a little bit too soon. In this scenario, I think if you see that you're not quite ready to fight, you just pull back. I mean, you don't want to lose the 5th hatchery. Better to lose the 5th hatch than lose so much army, though. The issue is by losing that hatchery, you obviously lose the position here, which allows the Terran to siege up kind of towards your base. And that's why Clem is a little bit anxious about kind of fighting early, because he knows how good a position that is for the Terran. He doesn't want that to kind of be really utilized, so gonna fight in again here. Banelin's gonna try and find their way through. Corrosive Val's doing a good job. The Banes do find a good clump of Marines, to be fair, but I don't think we're going to have enough at all. Ultras are going to be popping without Chitinous Plating for a few moments. Those Ultras are not going to be as effective as they really want to be. First one just absolutely melts, and Clem will not have enough to hang on in there. Rainor's going to bring it back a map just like that. GG. GG. Rainor gets another map on the board. Really just hitting Clem a few moments before he was ready. And that vast push gets the job done. So like I say, bring Rainor back a map, and now it's a 3-2 advantage to Clem, with map 6 coming up in a sec. What's up, Level? Thank you so much for the 83-month resub. It'll be a lucky 7 years next month. Hell yeah, love it. Thank you so much for the 83. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Wait for this to get hosted. Alright, play this around. Races are set, and we go to Last Fantasy for map 6. Kind of a fun map to play map 6 on. It's going to be a very good map for Terran in some phases of the game. I feel like it can be good for Zerg with the speed zone, setting up some fights. See what happens as we get ready to go. In the bottom left-hand corner, we're going to have ourselves the blue Terran player. This is Rainor. Can he bring it all the way back to a 7th map for us here today? Clem on the right-hand side, and Red Zerg. Getting set up. Go down, barracks building, and get settled in. Triple racks. 3 racks Reaper. This is the one thing the Terran's obviously going to love on this map, with that super open kind of ledged main base. Definitely something to look at and take advantage of over on that side. A couple extra barracks coming through, so we just get settled in here for a couple moments. Looking good for now. Last couple of Reapers is going to come about. Lings and Queens on the way. Had a Roach roaring on. As Clem going to cancel the Ling speed and decide to play the Roaches to get set up here for the next little bit. A bit of fighting going down. A little bit of action taking place for a few moments. Going to see those Reapers coming back around. A couple of Queens going to gather up together. It's actually hopping up, but the Ling's going to be in a good defensive spot for the moment. That's a lot of Reapers though, and damage adds up. But the Roaches are going to be popping soon. It does give you a good shot at dealing with these Reapers. Now, more and more Reapers are being built. Clem, I think it's about patience right now. If you play patiently, then that would be generally a better way to approach things. Little grenade coming down. So maybe seeing the Ravagers going to start moving forward, so they're going to start stepping up right away here. Can these roaches actually get across the map? Ravagers have that little bit of extra range, which you like. Little grenade there is going to bop the roaches around. Obviously, speed zone helps the roaches and Ravagers run. Helps the Reapers run too. This Clem is going to continue out down to the bottom side. More and more Reapers being made. I think there is a point here where Clem is perhaps in a little bit of danger. Has to go up the ramp here. Good grenades. 2 roaches go down instantly. You can see where Clem's units are going to start getting outnumbered a little bit. Those Ravagers still getting good connections though. Files from afar going to hit the bunker. Clem not going to overcommit. More roaches building, but he's getting the 3rd hatch up as well, most importantly, which helps out a bunch as well. See that Ravager going down again. So Ravager falls. A bit of other Roach Ravager coming across as well here currently. A couple of grenades popping for the moment. Damage being done. Another Roach will fall. One more Corrosive Bile coming up. Guess we'll continue to go toward the upper right-hand side, so just trying to make a little bit of a move for the moment. Again, 2 more barracks building up. We continue to get settled in. This game has been kind of funky. Reaper's obviously still in good numbers. I'll just Clem want to approach the next stage. He's actually down on workers right now, as these 2 queens are just going to be caught in their own roaches. And the Ravager trying to get there. We at least get rid of 1 more Reaper. Rainor has still been building Reapers as well. He's only just got 1 Marine, and now he's going to maybe start building more Marines in general. This game almost looks like U-Thermal or Laser. Oh, there's not enough Reapers for that just yet. We're not quite that crazy committed for the moment, so... maybe soon, though. Maybe soon. Having our units gathering up. This is the main base. I mean, this is the issue, right? Is the Evo Chamber attempt does not go down. We're going to lose a bunch of drones here as Clem. 5 workers down, lose the queen. This is the problem with the roaches, is that over time their mobility is heavily abused by these Reapers, and you can see Reapers with grenades can absolutely hold positions way longer than you expect, and they trade better against roaches than you expect as well, to be honest. I think Clem's in trouble. I mean, he's doing nothing but droning right now, which helps, but Rainor has improved his game state, like 1-1 upgrade, stim pack, combat shield, all on the way through. Clem is not doing any of that. You know? None of that's really coming up in return, so I think that is going to be a genuine issue over the next little bit of time. Marines is going to go in after the Overlord there. Just going to be able to knock that down a little bit. You can see those Reapers actually going to go after a couple of the extra roaches. More shots coming through. Reapers still trying to fight. A couple of roaches still taking some hits. Getting so much value from these Reapers. I mean, they may finally get cleaned out. A few of these roaches trying to get a catch on them. So we'll get a few more, but I mean, they've paid for themselves tenfold. Like I say, Clem does not really have much of a feature in this game at the moment, is the current issue, I would say. Because those Marines are going to get an Overlord. I mean, this is the sort of push right now, which I think is going to be a little bit of a problem. Because, well, A, Clem's got a Mega Supply Block, and B, he just doesn't have the tech to deal with this. Stim in! And, don't think twice about it. I don't think we need to go after the hatch. I actually think we should just chase roaches. If you offset this army, I don't think Clem can really reinforce enough to really deal with it at all. Rainor bringing it back, and we are going to get the 7th game of this series. Maganatha will be the final map, as we are going to go the full distance between these two guys. Maganatha coming up next. Alrighty. Let's get into Game 7. Our final map of this full best of 7 that we ended up casting out of nowhere. Maganatha to close things out. Kinda nice that we got the full, full series out of it, man. Very exciting. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, Jeff, ready. Clem is set as the wrong race, so we're gonna get a regame, and then we'll try again. That's just saying, Clem playing TVT is basically off race anyway. Don't think Rainor's got much TVT practice though. Why are they playing reverse race? Because that's what the show match is. The show match is a reverse race show match. This was not they got invited to play a best 7. They were like, okay, and then they screwed around. No, they were said, hey, do you want to play a best 7 with reverse races? Which I do think makes a little bit of a difference. I know. I think it is noteworthy. They're coming into this. This is what they were expecting to play today. Rainor bottom right, Clem upper left. Game 7 on Maganatha starting off right now. Alright, we settle in. Get set to go. Yeah, Hatchcast and Pool coming up. We get ready to go. And see what our final map will give us here on the Maganatha. Big map in general, so maybe worth thinking on. Dropping down. Peaceful few moments early. I'm just going to do pop down third. Hatch drops. Nothing really wild, right? Clem just gets the third hatchery down. Rainor Settling into the triple CC. Reaper shows up to start poking about a little bit. Factory swaps off and into the reactor, so we are going to be able to start seeing a couple of Hellions starting to come through, getting those up and running here. And yeah, Starport continues about. Just going to see that Reaper is just going to ping through the hatchery for a little bit. A couple queens and some damage on the Reaper as well. Can you speed mine with mules? What is speed mining? I don't know what speed mining is, so I don't actually know. It's gonna be my answer. Things on the other side. Actually gonna get into this natural, start killing some SCVs. Aliens out of position. Good run by timing from Clem. 4 SCVs go down. Really nice little catch. That is some good little bit of damage done. Let's just see the queens. Shift clicking like with workers. Oh, to make them accelerate. Yeah, I don't know. never tried it. Never cared to look into it. Yeah, to stop the deceleration. Yeah, stuff's crazy, man. Guys, again, you guys ever think these guys are just getting too good at the game? Anyone ever just considered that? Seconds moving around. We do have the lair coming up, a couple of spores on the way through. Obviously preparations here, but I mean, it's very early spores. I mean, Tech Lab just coming on the starport now. It will be a Banshee. Gas 3 coming in. Cloak's dying. Rainor played Mech the first 2 games of the series. Does he go back to it for this? Magnath is a pretty huge map as well, so some Battle Mech may not be completely a miss. 4th gas would be a definite tell. 3 gas is maybe more than you need, but so yeah, we're kind of leaning towards maybe seeing some mech here. Oh, armory, double armory. So we are going to see some mech. We're going to see double armory and upgrade-based mech first. Interesting. Hellions get a queen. Nice catch as the Roach Roaring comes down from Clem. Preps the Evo chambers as well. Hellions back out over that right-hand side. Just going to see a couple of creep teamers just going to get jumped on. Some damage going to be done there right from the get-go. We'll see a couple of Hellions continuing through for the moment. Coming down that right-hand side, we do have the third hatch. Oh, sorry, the third command center taking place already. Let's see. On the mini-map, it looks out of location. I think I'm just going a little crazy. We'll see. We know it's going to be mech, so the extra factories are done. The 1-1 upgrades have begun. Hellions will go after 1 queen already. If I can go after the Overseer. Again, nice run by from Clem. One of the some of the games he had earlier that were very good for him were games where the run bys were good, they were consistent. This was nice. Obviously, these SCVs having to be microed into that corner the entire time. It's very Hellion heavy right now with a couple of Banshees. Clem's stepping forward with Roaches, right? So maybe he wants to trade into the Hellions a little bit. The Banshee should be an answer to this. Obviously, the Hellions can kite back as well, so you minimize the shots you take. But we'll not be able to honestly do much here. I don't think there's much to gain. It's actually just going to be Hellions into tanks, which I guess we know as well because it's armories. The double armory early takes away the chance that this is going to be something more along the lines of a, of Cyclones, because Cyclones don't really benefit from those upgrades as much. So you don't really go double armory then build Cyclones or anything like that. Let's see a few of those SCVs starting to mine that fourth location. Couple drones going down, some Banshee harass will hit. Chase away for the moment. Just going to be seeing the Hellions clearing out a roach on the watchtower. The rest of the roaches stepping up. And factories and CCs coming online. Hydras and the Hive coming online as well. It's going to be seeing these Hellions getting rid of some of the creep. Big map. You do not want to let the creep get out of hand. It's going to be one way that Clem can take hefty control of this game already. Main tank gathers. As you see a couple extra siege tanks coming through. Tanks going to split out. We'll begin to siege. Again, Vipers coming through. The Lings are coming online. We just have the he's gathering there. The Viper's building as well, by the way. So we're getting those Vipers out. I mean, Clem again is left not really to his own devices, but he's not been under like a ton of pressure or anything here early. Alien tank still moving up. Banshee's going to gather. CC's going to take position. The tank's relocating. Plus 2 vehicle weapons and plating coming through. Add on that mag field. You have a baling nest about halfway done. Spire being added on. Plane's going to start fighting for a few moments. See that Blind Cloud getting struck down onto a couple of those siege tanks. See those couple of tanks getting siege for the moment. Continue to look good for now. Just going to be having the Hydras continue to build up. A couple of Vipers coming through. Everything else continue to come on in. It's going to be seeing the army of Rainor starts to take to the map here. Clem trying to get to the Ultras. He's got quite a few Hydras at the moment. A couple of Infestors mixed in. Still has himself the Viper count looking good. 5 Vipers for now. And again, there's a couple of Fungals. That's the only Fungals he's got. He's only got 1 Infestor. It's a very Hydra heavy in comparison. Was going down. A couple of ducks on the Vikings right there. The Hydra's still trying to push through. A couple more siege tanks trying to fire away as well. Still trying to find just a little bit of anything we can get going for the moment. Just a little bit of back and forth. It's going to be seeing the Vipers coming through with the Blinding Clouds once again here. The Hydra still getting some work done. Tanks going down. Blinding Clouds enabling you to fight here for longer than expected. I mean, to the point where Clem obviously should probably just pull away. And he does choose to do that in this moment now as we step away. Tank still putting the work in. Hatchery taking damage. 17 roaches and a bunch of Lings continuing production. Great Aspire will be finishing soon as the tank's still putting work out. Guns move across. A couple of these creep tumors dropping as well. Nice little scan as we were able to get rid of a few more creep tumors once again. So again, damage being done across the board on that left side, but Clem's going to focus a little bit on counterattack over here. We'll get on top of a couple of tanks on siege from Rainor as he will be able to lift them into a medevac to save them. And he does save both those tanks. The Hydras try and press forward as well. Can the Hydras get on top of these unsieged tanks? That would be great if they could. Two of the Hydras on the orbital right now. Could be brought a bit further forward. Two of the tanks go down. You can't really lift them into the medevacs because the Hydras can hit medevacs too, obviously. This is a problem. There's a lot of tanks going down in the background, and Rainor has to give up a lot of map control to pull back and deal with this. So this counter step from Clem puts in a lot of work for him. Orbital goes down here as well. SCVs, a few of them will drop as these Hydras will go down, but they definitely got value. Eco damage and real army damage across the board. Order command will drop into place. Just going to see the circle on the right side nibbling away. Feelings get there. Siege tank going down. Just going to be having the Hellions taking some more damage. Abduct. Both tanks going to fall. Hellions get a couple of drones. Actually, that top right base may be an opportunity for those Hellions, but we're not going to deal with it right now. We're going to see the Hydra showing up here. The replacement orbital guys moments after it's arrived, so not exactly great. A bunch of these medevacs looking to drop Hellbats into the Hydras. The Hydras are moving through the Blue Flame Hellions at the moment. Here come the medevacs. Going to drop the Hellbats in as well. This is an extremely effective trade from Rainor as Clem loses so many Hydralisks. What a catch from Rainor. And great identification. I was thinking about the Hellions pulling in from that top right-hand side, and I was like, uh-oh. Because that felt like a base they could do some work on, but it really comboed up to clean up this army, so it was really worth it in the end. Clem's still rich enough to rebuild. He's still only on 73 drones. We go back to the first game they played, which was a game very similar to this in a lot of ways. And that was a game where Clem did not build a lot of the, a lot more drones than this as well. It was a similar kind of situation. It seems like a similar kind of idea right now is Rainor is again very worker heavy. The Vipers do make it back to the rest of this army. Abduct on one Liberator. Hellion, Hellbat going down. Tanks get abducted in. Multiple tanks dropping. There's a lot of tanks going down, honestly. Good abducts. A lot of these tanks just not sieged as well, and Clem is going to get away before Rainor's tanks will fire. 4 additional Liberators in production. Advanced Ballistics. It's going to be done very soon. Spore Crawler getting underneath and we'll chase that Liberator down. Vipers coming across. Hydralisks trying to get settled. It's going to be seeing those tanks gather. We keep a bit of movement going as well. Ship weapons coming through. A couple command centers building. Libs will siege out to the upper right-hand side. The rest of the tanks will be sieging up, and the army still pressing down the middle. Just going to step up. Just going to jump straight onto that planetary fortress. So that goes down immediately as the rest of these SCVs will also be taking some damage. It's also going to be a grab. Refineries going down. More SCVs. Continue to drop. Going to step up this side. A couple cancels on command centers. I mean, Rainor's just kind of ping-ponging from one side to the other. Clem's doing a great job of taking control. I mean, obviously another orbital goes down. That does feel replaceable still for Rainor, but at a point where, like, we killed a lot of bases, right? We killed 3 orbitals, 1 planetary this game as Clem. 3 fresh CCs ready to go. So, like I say, it's a very replaceable base. If Clem keeps this up, replacing it forever and ever and ever is not exactly something you want to be doing, right? So, it does kind of work in 2 ways there. Tanks move back over to the sides. Hellions and Hellbats gather back to the right as well. Approaches, Hydras coming through. Going to see that command center. In a little bit of trouble. Nice abducts on the Liberators. Going to see one of those going down. Second Lib going down. We continue to pull back. The medevacs flying overhead. The Hellbats drop straight in. Oh, again, the Hydras are just not going to cut it right here. As soon as these Hellbats get a good fight, the Hydras melt. And Clem is insistent on continuing to rebuild the Hydras. 33 new ones coming up, but the Hellbat drops have been the killer move from Rainor. And they have a couple times over completely reset this Hydra count and completely forced Clem into re-establishing all of those Hydras a second time over, which obviously is expensive. and not something we can really keep up with in the long term. Tanks firing, Hellions firing. It's a base that'll go down from Clem. He is starting to take both corner bases, so he's beginning to establish elsewhere. And as we actually step forward again, Hydra Viper looking to come straight through. Siege tanks already dropping off. The Hydras continue to do some more damage. Hellions are dropping. Damage is actually looking good right here from Clem initially, but then the Hellions are going to get on top of the Hydras, and Clem just not going to have what he needs. This army is a little bit too powerful. The Hellbats have done enough. Rainor was down 1-3 in this series, but it looks like he might win it 4-3 in total. Cyclone with the lock-on hatchery taking hits is going to go down. The Breswell Siege. It's going to be seen a Hydra still getting picked away at. Hellions, Cyclones back up to the top. That's will put a little bit more damage out. A little bit coming through for the moment. Just going to be seeing a couple more corrosive files coming down. Spike Qualifier. Those Queens trying to put the work in. Obviously, a lot of Ravagers now trying to help out, but I just don't know if Clem's army is really cut out to kind of deal with this at this late stage. Again, he's got a lot of spellcasters. He does not have a bank to play with. Is going to be, I think, one of the more unfortunate parts of this at the moment. Seeing those fungal growths connecting, Medivacs going down, another nice blinding cloud coming through as well. Rainor just has too much. Clem can't stay in this. I think this one was kind of seen coming from a little while away, as Clem was just unable to really get the army up in the end, and Rainor wins it 4-3. With the Hellbat drops being the stars of the show. GG. Alrighty, guys. That's going to be it for us today. I hope you all had a good time. I appreciate you all being here. Yeah, we're just going to round it up right there. I'm going to head off. Thanks so much for watching. Some extra series. Extra best of 7 was pretty fun, huh? Awesome. Alright, guys, I'm going to reserve ads on the outro, and we'll send you guys on to some other StarCraft in action. You guys have a great day. Thanks for watching. I'll see you all later. Back tomorrow with the Summer Championship Qualifier 4.